The history of the Japanese Empire is a tale of dramatic transformation, a nation that emerged from isolation and internal strife to become one of the most formidable powers in the world. It begins in the early 17th century, a period marked by turmoil and internal conflict. Japan, a land with a rich history of feudal warfare, had long been divided into warring factions, each seeking dominance over the others. This era, known as the Sengoku Jidai or the Age of Warring States, was a time of constant battles and shifting allegiances. But in the midst of this chaos, a singular figure would rise to unite the fractured nation and lay the groundwork for what would become the Japanese Empire. The story of Japan's rise to imperial power begins with Tokugawa Ieyasu, a warlord who emerged victorious in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This pivotal battle was not just the culmination of a series of military engagements, but the decisive moment that shaped the future of Japan. Ieyasu, having consolidated power after the defeat of his rivals, established the Tokugawa Shogunate, ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Tokugawa era, also known as the Edo period, was marked by the implementation of strict social structures, isolationist foreign policies, and a focus on agricultural development. Under the Tokugawa Shogunate, Japan entered a period of sakoku, or self-imposed isolation. For more than 2 centuries, Japan's rulers sought to protect the country from foreign influence, particularly from European powers such as Spain and Portugal, who sought to expand their colonial empires in Asia. Foreign trade was restricted to a few limited contacts, primarily with the Dutch and the Chinese, and Christianity was banned. The Japanese were deliberately kept apart from the Western world, which created a unique cultural and societal landscape. Japan, though isolated, flourished in many ways. The economy grew, cities like Edo, modern-day Tokyo, became major cultural and commercial hubs, and Japan's traditional arts, such as kabuki theater, ukiyo-e woodblock printing, and tea ceremonies, reached new heights of sophistication. However, this period of isolation would not last forever. In the early 19th century, the global balance of power began to shift. The Industrial Revolution transformed Western nations, especially the United States and European powers, making them increasingly powerful and capable of extending their influence across the world. It was during this period of rapid technological advancement and imperial expansion that Japan's isolation was brought to an abrupt end. In 1853, the arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States marked the beginning of the end for Japan's isolationist policies. Perry's black ships, steam-powered warships, appeared off the coast of Edo Bay, and with them came a forceful demand for Japan to open its ports to American trade. The arrival of these ships was a moment of profound shock for the Japanese, who had never before encountered such powerful and advanced foreign technology. Faced with the undeniable might of Western powers and the prospect of being forcibly opened to foreign trade and influence, Japan's leaders had little choice but to sign the Treaty of Kanagawa in 1854, effectively ending its period of isolation. The signing of the Treaty of Kanagawa was a moment of deep humiliation for the Tokugawa Shogunate. The terms of the treaty allowed the United States, and later other Western powers, to establish trade relations with Japan, but it also exposed Japan's vulnerability. As Japan opened up to the outside world, internal unrest began to grow. The shogunate's inability to defend Japan's sovereignty and prevent the encroachment of foreign powers led to widespread dissatisfaction, particularly among the samurai and other military elites. This discontent would soon culminate in the Meiji Restoration. The Meiji Restoration, which began in 1868, marked the end of the Tokugawa Shogunate and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. This event would set Japan on a new course, one that would lead it from a feudal society to a modern, industrialized empire. The restoration was not merely a political change, it was a revolution in the way Japan viewed itself and its place in the world. The Japanese leadership recognized that if Japan was to avoid the fate of other nations that had been subjugated by Western powers, it would have to modernize quickly and decisively. The Meiji government embarked on an ambitious program of reform. The feudal system was dismantled, and a centralized government was established, with Emperor Meiji at its head. The old samurai class was disbanded, and the military was modernized along Western lines, with a strong emphasis on education and industrial development. Japan began to build modern infrastructure, railroads, factories, and ports, and rapidly adopted Western technologies in industry, medicine, and military science. These reforms were designed to transform Japan into a modern, competitive power capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Western empires. One of the most significant aspects of the Meiji Restoration was Japan's military expansion. With the newly modernized Japanese army and navy, Japan sought to increase its power and influence in Asia. In 1894, Japan entered the First Sino-Japanese War against China, which had long been the dominant power in East Asia. The war was a decisive victory for Japan, signaling the emergence of Japan as a military power. The Treaty of Shimonoseki that ended the war granted Japan control over Taiwan and Port Arthur, establishing Japan as a major imperial power in East Asia. This victory over China was followed by Japan's involvement in the Russo-Japanese War in 1904 to 1905, a conflict that further solidified Japan's position as a world power. Japan's victory over Russia, a major European empire, shocked the world. It was the first time in modern history that an Asian nation had defeated a European power in a major conflict, and it established Japan's reputation as a rising imperial force. By the early 20th century, Japan had transformed from a feudal, isolated nation into a powerful and modern empire. Its expansionist ambitions grew, and Japan began to assert its dominance in Manchuria, Korea, and beyond. The Japanese Empire was not content to remain within its own borders. It sought to expand its influence throughout Asia. Japan's imperial ambitions were further fueled by its desire to secure access to resources, especially in the face of Western colonialism, which had carved up much of Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Japan believed that it needed to build its own empire to compete with the Western powers. By the time of World War I, Japan had already established itself as a formidable military and economic power. Japan aligned itself with the Allied powers and, after the war, gained control of former German colonies in the Pacific. The Treaty of Versailles in 1919 recognized Japan as a major world power, and Japan's influence in Asia continued to grow. The second chapter of the Japanese Empire's rise was marked by increasing ambition, strategic expansion, and an unyielding desire to assert dominance in East Asia. The profound transformation that began with the Meiji Restoration in 1868 was not just about internal modernization, it was also about the cultivation of Japan's imperial ambitions. For Japan, the West's rapid industrial growth, technological advancements, and colonial conquests were a stark reminder of the global competition for power and influence. Japan's leaders understood that survival in this new world order depended on more than just military strength. It required territorial expansion, the establishment of a sphere of influence, and the acquisition of critical resources. With the modernization of the military and infrastructure well underway, Japan began to cast its eyes outward, setting its sights on the rest of East Asia. The late 19th century and early 20th century marked the beginning of Japan's imperial expansion, a period in which the island nation transformed into a major colonial power. The first steps toward this imperial vision would occur in Korea and Manchuria, regions that were strategically located and rich in resources. In 1894, Japan's military ambitions were put to the test with the outbreak of the First Sino-Japanese War, a conflict that would redefine Japan's place in East Asia. The war began over control of Korea, which was under the influence of the Qing dynasty of China. Japan, which had been modernizing rapidly and had a modernized army and navy, saw an opportunity to assert its dominance in the region. The Japanese Imperial Army and Navy were well prepared, having adopted modern European-style tactics and weaponry. They clashed with China's outdated forces, which were still largely traditional and ineffective against the new technologies of war. The war, which began in July 1894, was swift and decisive. In just a matter of months, Japan's forces overran the Korean peninsula and defeated China's military. The Japanese victory was not just a military success, it was a symbolic moment that would change the course of history in Asia. Japan emerged as the dominant power in East Asia, while China's defeat exposed its weakness and inability to defend its territorial interests. The Treaty of Shimonoseki, signed in 1895, marked the formal end of the war and granted Japan significant territorial gains, including Taiwan and the Pescadores Islands. In addition to these territorial gains, Japan forced China to recognize Korea's independence, a step that would pave the way for further Japanese influence in the region. The victory in the First Sino-Japanese War was a turning point for Japan. Not only did it secure Japan's reputation as a rising power, but it also gave Japan a sense of confidence. It showed that Japan was capable of defeating an empire as old and powerful as China, and it further solidified the belief among the ruling elite that Japan could expand its influence throughout Asia. Japan had not only gained territory but also prestige on the world stage. It was now a major imperial power with a modernized military and the ability to compete with the Western powers. However, Japan's growing power and influence were not without challenges. The next chapter of Japan's imperial ambitions would take it into conflict with a rising European power, Russia. Russia, like Japan, sought to expand its influence in Manchuria and Korea, regions rich in natural resources that were crucial for industrialization. By the early 20th century, tensions between Japan and Russia had been steadily escalating, and both nations recognized the strategic importance of Manchuria. The confrontation between Japan and Russia would ultimately lead to the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905. The war was a contest of imperial ambitions and regional dominance. Russia, with its vast empire stretching across Eurasia, sought to extend its influence into the Far East. Japan, on the other hand, sought to secure its territorial holdings and prevent Russia from gaining a foothold in the region. The conflict was primarily fought over the control of Manchuria and Korea, and it would prove to be a crucial moment in the history of the Japanese Empire. The Russo-Japanese War was a war of modernity. Both sides employed advanced technologies, including machine guns, artillery, and naval power. The Japanese, with their modernized army and navy, proved to be highly effective in both land and sea battles. The war's turning point came during the Battle of Tsushima, in which Japan's navy decisively defeated the Russian fleet. The defeat was a major blow to Russia's imperial ambitions and demonstrated the effectiveness of Japan's naval power. By the time the war ended in 1905, Japan had emerged victorious. The Treaty of Portsmouth, mediated by U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt, recognized Japan's control over Korea and parts of Manchuria. Japan had now achieved a level of military and political prestige that few could have predicted just a few decades earlier. The victory marked Japan's rise as a global power, and it sent shockwaves through the world, particularly in Europe and the United States, who had long viewed Japan as a lesser nation. The Russo-Japanese War was a major milestone in the development of the Japanese Empire. It signaled Japan's successful transition from a regional power to an imperial power capable of challenging the traditional European empires. The war's outcome also marked the beginning of Japan's more aggressive imperial policies in the 20th century. Japan's leadership, emboldened by their victory, now believed that their empire had the right to expand further, particularly in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. In the years following the Russo-Japanese War, Japan's imperial ambitions grew ever more pronounced. Japan began to develop closer ties with other imperial powers in Europe, particularly the United Kingdom, while also seeking to increase its influence in China. Japan's economic and military expansion continued throughout the early 20th century, as the country sought to secure access to resources necessary for industrial growth and to cement its position as an imperial power. In 1910, Japan formally annexed Korea, making it a part of the Japanese Empire. The annexation was a direct result of Japan's increasing desire to control the Korean peninsula, which had been an area of intense interest since the First Sino-Japanese War. Korea was vital to Japan's imperial ambitions because of its strategic location and its resources, including coal and agricultural products. The annexation of Korea marked a significant step in Japan's expansionist policies, but it also laid the groundwork for future tensions with China and other Asian powers. Meanwhile, Japan's involvement in World War I saw it take advantage of the global conflict to expand its holdings in the Pacific. Japan, as a member of the Allied powers, seized German-controlled territories in the Pacific, including the Marshall Islands, Caroline Islands, and Mariana Islands. Japan's growing empire now spanned much of East Asia and the Pacific, and its military and economic influence was felt across the region. By the 1920s, Japan had transformed into a formidable imperial power. However, its ambitions were not without challenges. The 1920s and 1930s saw increasing instability, both internally and externally. The Great Depression of the 1930s had a profound impact on Japan's economy, and the rise of militarism within the country further fueled its expansionist policies. Japan began to look increasingly toward Manchuria and China for resources and territory, setting the stage for the conflict that would later escalate into the Second Sino-Japanese War and ultimately into World War II. The second chapter of Japan's imperial story was one of rapid growth and ambition. From the victory in the First Sino-Japanese War to the triumph in the Russo-Japanese War, Japan had established itself as a major world power. But with this newfound power came the desire for more land, more resources, and more influence. Japan's imperial trajectory would continue into the next decades, culminating in its involvement in World War II. This expansion, driven by both necessity and ambition, would bring Japan into conflict with the United States, China, and other powers, and would ultimately shape the course of history for the empire. As the 20th century dawned, Japan's transformation from an isolated feudal society to a powerful imperialist nation was both astounding and frightening to the rest of the world. After securing its place as a formidable force in East Asia through victories in the First Sino-Japanese War and Russo-Japanese War, Japan's leadership understood that their empire's future would not just rely on defensive military prowess but on aggressive territorial expansion. Japan, by now, had the confidence of a global power and the ambition to match. Having already secured territories in Korea, Taiwan, and parts of Manchuria, Japan's imperial leaders focused on consolidating their control and expanding further. The leadership of Emperor Meiji, and later Emperor Taisho, nurtured the dream of a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, which would extend Japan's influence across Asia, from Southeast Asia to the Pacific Islands. Japan, like its Western counterparts, believed that empire building was an integral part of national strength and that colonization would provide economic resources, security, and global prestige. Japan's early 20th century expansion was rooted in an economic need to secure resources, markets, and strategic military outposts. The nation's rapid industrialization had created an insatiable demand for raw materials such as iron, coal, and oil. At the same time, Japan's military, already highly modernized after the victories over China and Russia, needed secure territories to expand and replenish its military force. In 1910, Japan made one of its most controversial and significant moves by formally annexing Korea, turning the kingdom into a colony. This act represented a pivotal moment in Japan's imperial expansion and marked the beginning of Japan's aggressive imperialist policies in the region. The annexation was presented as an effort to modernize Korea, but in reality, it was a strategic maneuver to secure a buffer zone from the increasing influence of Russia and China. In the years following, Japan strengthened its hold over Korea with military, political, and cultural dominance. The Japanese government imposed harsh economic policies, extracting resources from the Korean peninsula, while the Korean people were subjected to brutal treatment and forced labor. The resistance movements within Korea were quickly suppressed, and the Korean identity was forcibly assimilated into the Japanese Empire. Schools were built to teach the Japanese language, and Korean culture was suppressed, as Japan sought to civilize and integrate the region into its growing empire. While Japan's actions in Korea had been a success, the empire's expansion did not stop there. By the 1920s, Japan began to extend its imperial ambitions into Manchuria and China, seeking to control vast and resource-rich regions to fuel its industrialized economy. This period saw the rise of militarism within Japan, with political and military leaders gaining increasing influence. Japan's rapid economic growth had been fueled by the need for raw materials and agricultural products, and the country's natural resources were no longer sufficient to meet the demands of its military-industrial complex. Manchuria, located in the northeastern part of China, became the next focal point of Japan's expansion. Manchuria was rich in coal, iron, and other valuable minerals, and its proximity to the Japanese islands made it a vital strategic territory. In 1931, Japan took its first significant step toward further expansion by staging the Mukden Incident. Japanese officers, in a covert operation, blew up a section of railroad in Manchuria and blamed the Chinese. This false flag operation was used as a pretext for a full-scale invasion of the region. The Japanese Guandong Army swiftly moved in, and the Japanese government backed their actions, despite protests from China and the international community. Japan's conquest of Manchuria was marked by brutality. The Japanese forces quickly took control of key cities, such as Shenyang, and set up a puppet state called Manchukuo, ostensibly to liberate the region from Chinese rule. In reality, this was a thinly veiled attempt to exert total control over Manchuria and its resources. Puyi, the last emperor of China, was installed as the puppet ruler of Manchukuo, but in reality, Japan controlled all the key political, military, and economic decisions. The international community, particularly the League of Nations, condemned Japan's invasion of Manchuria. However, Japan's response was defiant. Japan withdrew from the League of Nations in 1933 after being criticized for its actions. The withdrawal sent a clear message: Japan was no longer interested in adhering to international norms or cooperating with Western powers. The nation's desire for expansion and control over East Asia was now an unapologetic reality. The stage was set for a much larger confrontation that would engulf the world just a few years later. Meanwhile, Japan's growing military strength began to clash with the interests of other powers in the region. China, weakened by years of internal strife and the collapse of the Qing dynasty, was not in a position to resist Japan's advances effectively. But other major powers, such as the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union, were alarmed by Japan's increasing militarism. Tensions between Japan and the West escalated in the 1930s as Japan began to seize territories in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. The years following Japan's establishment of dominance in East Asia were marked by a growing sense of national pride, territorial expansion, and an unyielding belief in the empire's destiny to rule the greater Asian continent. Japan, by now, was no longer a rising regional power. It was an established imperial force that had carved out a sphere of influence across Korea, Taiwan, Manchuria, and parts of China. However, despite the outward success, there were internal contradictions, rising tensions, and the unmistakable signs of an empire overextending itself. What began as a vision for a prosperous and united Asia under Japanese leadership was now facing the complexities of governance, resistance, and the prospect of global war. The world, meanwhile, was changing at a rapid pace. European imperialism was in decline, with nations like Britain, France, and the Netherlands weakened by the ongoing turmoil of the Second World War in Europe. Japan, under the leadership of Emperor Hirohito and a military-dominated government, saw an opportunity to fill the vacuum left by these declining powers. However, its ambitions did not go unnoticed, and the West, especially the United States, began to view Japan's growing empire with increasing alarm. Japan had positioned itself as the foremost power in Asia, but its increasingly aggressive stance in the region would soon set the stage for a war that would change the course of history. Japan's military and political leadership had made significant strides in strengthening the empire's control over its colonies. By the 1930s, Japan had secured its dominance over Korea, and it had established a puppet state, Manchukuo, in Manchuria, through military force. The 1930s were a period of military expansionism, and the Imperial Japanese Army and Imperial Japanese Navy were ever more influential in shaping Japan's policies. The military's influence in the government led to increasing militarization of Japanese society, and any political opposition was swiftly silenced. One of Japan's defining policies during this time was the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. This vision, which would later become a cornerstone of Japan's imperial ideology, was presented as a revolutionary idea that would free Asian nations from Western colonial powers, creating a unified East Asia under Japan's leadership. It was a mixture of political propaganda and imperial ambition, masked as a noble cause. Japan promised prosperity, independence, and freedom to its neighbors, but in reality, it was an aggressive expansionist policy designed to bring more territory under Japanese control and secure vital resources for the empire. To carry out this vision, Japan needed access to natural resources such as oil, rubber, and coal. Southeast Asia was rich with these resources, and Japan needed to secure control over this region to maintain its growing economy. The Pacific Islands, particularly those controlled by the Western powers, were also seen as essential to Japan's security, offering strategic naval bases and fueling stations for Japan's military expansion. In the early 1940s, Japan began to expand its imperial reach aggressively into Southeast Asia. French Indochina, now Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, was the first target in 1940. Japan occupied French Indochina, a region rich in natural resources, without a direct confrontation with the French. It was a calculated move that would both strengthen Japan's strategic position and keep Western powers distracted as they dealt with the turmoil of World War II in Europe. The occupation also provided Japan with a key foothold in Southeast Asia. However, this expansion was not without its consequences. As Japan sought to expand further, the United States, Britain, and the Netherlands, all colonial powers with territories in the Pacific, began to view Japan's growing imperial presence with increasing suspicion and hostility. The United States, in particular, had its own interests in the Pacific and was concerned about the future of its colonial possessions, such as the Philippines. Japan's imperial ambitions were threatening the very stability of the balance of power in Asia, and the West was unwilling to allow Japan to establish a hegemony over the region. The United States responded by imposing economic sanctions on Japan. The most significant of these sanctions was the oil embargo, which began in 1941. Japan's economy relied heavily on imported oil, and the United States' move to cut off oil supplies struck a significant blow to the Japanese war machine. The embargo was intended to force Japan to scale back its territorial ambitions, but instead, it had the opposite effect. Japan's leadership, already committed to its imperial goals, saw the embargo as an act of aggression. Japan could not afford to back down, as it was deeply dependent on oil and other resources to fuel its military campaigns. To maintain control over its imperial empire and secure the resources it desperately needed, Japan felt that it had no choice but to take drastic action. This political and economic pressure, coupled with Japan's growing imperial ambitions, led to a fateful decision in late 1941. Japan would attack the United States and the Western powers directly. The strategy was to neutralize the U.S. Pacific Fleet, which was stationed at Pearl Harbor, in Hawaii, and to secure control over the resource-rich Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia, and other territories in Southeast Asia before the United States could respond. On December 7, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, hoping to cripple the United States' ability to interfere with Japan's territorial conquests. The attack was devastating, sinking or damaging much of the Pacific Fleet and killing thousands of American soldiers and civilians. This attack had the desired effect in one sense. It led to the United States declaring war on Japan the very next day, bringing the U.S. into the conflict. However, the attack on Pearl Harbor would also be Japan's greatest miscalculation. Japan had underestimated the resolve and industrial capacity of the United States. The attack, rather than intimidating the U.S., had united the American public in anger and resolve. The United States quickly shifted into full wartime production, with factories turning out weapons, ships, and aircraft at an unprecedented rate. Japan's initial military successes would soon be overwhelmed by the sheer might of the American war machine. In the immediate aftermath of Pearl Harbor, Japan expanded its territorial holdings at a rapid pace. The Japanese forces swiftly moved to conquer the Philippines, Malaya, Singapore, the Dutch East Indies, and other key territories in the Pacific. The rapid expansion of the Japanese Empire seemed unstoppable, but the foundations of Japan's imperial ambitions were already beginning to crack. The next chapter of Japan's story was one of high-stakes warfare in the Pacific, where Japan would face the combined might of the United States and its allies. The victory at Pearl Harbor was the beginning of Japan's final push to secure its position in the Pacific. However, it would also mark the beginning of the end of Japan's imperial ambitions, as the forces of the United States and its allies would eventually turn the tide against Japan. The empire, once a beacon of hope for many across Asia, would soon find itself in a bitter struggle for survival. In this scene, Japan's imperial ambitions had reached their zenith. Territorial expansion, military conquest, and the grand vision of a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere were all in motion. Yet, despite the outward signs of success, the empire's actions would lead it directly into a devastating conflict with the United States and the Western powers. The path to war was laid, and the Japanese empire's dream of a unified, Japanese-led Asia would ultimately lead to its downfall. The die had been cast, and the stage was set for the dramatic events of World War II to unfold in the Pacific theater. The war in the Pacific had begun with an air of confidence on Japan's part. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 had been an audacious move, designed to cripple the United States and give Japan the time it needed to consolidate its newly acquired territories. The empire's leaders, believing that a swift and decisive victory would deter any further Western interference, had hoped to create a strong defensive perimeter stretching from the Aleutian Islands down to Southeast Asia, securing the resources necessary to fuel Japan's military-industrial complex. But as the conflict began, Japan's fate seemed already sealed, though it would take years for the full scale of the collapse to unfold. At first, the momentum seemed to be entirely on Japan's side. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japan launched a series of rapid and brutal military campaigns across the Pacific and Southeast Asia. In the Philippines, the Japanese forces swiftly overwhelmed the American and Filipino defenders, forcing General Douglas MacArthur to retreat to Australia. In the Dutch East Indies, now modern-day Indonesia, the Japanese captured vital oil fields and rubber plantations that were crucial to sustaining their war effort. In Malaya and Singapore, Japanese forces crushed British resistance in a campaign that showcased the might of Japan's military and the weakness of the Western colonial powers in Asia. The expansion seemed unstoppable. By the middle of 1942, Japan controlled a vast swath of the Pacific, from the islands of Hawaii and the Philippines to the jungles of Burma and the rich resource lands of Indochina. The Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere seemed closer to realization than ever before, and Japan's leaders were confident that they had built an empire capable of withstanding the inevitable Allied counterattacks. But as Japan expanded its territorial reach, it also found itself stretched thin. The further its military campaign spread, the more vulnerable Japan became. The lines of communication grew longer, the supply chains weaker, and the military overstretched. The Japanese Empire relied heavily on a steady flow of raw materials to maintain its war machine, materials that now had to be transported over vast distances across the Pacific. The initial successes of Japanese forces were built on swift victories and overwhelming surprise attacks, but this tactic began to wear thin as the war progressed. In June 1942, the tide began to turn at the Battle of Midway. The battle was a pivotal moment in the Pacific War and marked the first significant defeat for Japan. The United States, having broken Japan's naval code, was able to anticipate and counter Japan's attack on the strategic Midway Atoll. In a decisive air and naval battle, the United States destroyed 4 of Japan's aircraft carriers, severely crippling the Japanese fleet. The loss of so many skilled pilots, as well as the ships, had a devastating impact on Japan's naval capabilities. From this point forward, Japan was no longer able to conduct offensive operations with the same level of success. The Battle of Midway was the beginning of a series of defeats that would slowly wear down Japan's imperial ambitions. With the loss of naval superiority, Japan could no longer dictate the course of the war. The United States began a campaign of island hopping, strategically capturing key islands and airfields in the Pacific, bringing them closer to the Japanese home islands. The Americans, backed by their industrial might and growing naval strength, began to systematically dismantle Japan's empire, island by island. Every territory Japan had so proudly conquered began to slip out of its grasp. In the Solomon Islands, the Battle of Guadalcanal became another turning point. The Japanese had planned to build an airbase on the island, but the United States launched a brutal campaign to capture the island, resulting in months of fierce fighting. The Japanese army and navy suffered heavy casualties, and the Allied forces gained a critical foothold in the Pacific. As the war raged on, Japan's forces were increasingly forced into defensive positions. The Japanese home islands were now within the range of American bombers, and the American military's technological and industrial superiority began to take its toll. Despite the mounting setbacks, Japan's military leaders refused to back down. The concept of Bushido, the ancient Japanese code of honor, held that defeat was unacceptable, and the military, under the direction of generals and admirals who had been trained in an age of rapid expansion and overwhelming aggression, adhered rigidly to this mindset. It led to some of the most brutal tactics of the war, as Japan fought for every inch of its empire. In 1943, the Japanese fought fiercely in battles such as the Battle of Tarawa and the Battle of Saipan, where they demonstrated their determination to defend their territorial holdings. On these islands, Japanese forces often fought to the death rather than surrender. The strategy was one of total resistance, hoping to inflict enough casualties on the Allies to eventually force a negotiated peace. But with every battle, the Japanese military was increasingly worn down. Meanwhile, the civilian population on the home islands began to feel the effects of the war more directly. By 1944, Allied bombers, particularly the B-29 superfortresses from the United States, began to devastate Japan's industrial centers. Tokyo, the capital, was bombed mercilessly, and the civilian population suffered from air raids, food shortages, and a collapsing infrastructure. The horrors of war were no longer confined to distant battlefields. They had reached the heart of the empire. The surrender of Japan in August 1945 was the definitive end of the Japanese Empire. The shockwaves from the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, combined with the relentless Allied offensives and the crushing toll of the Pacific War, brought Japan to the brink of annihilation. The Japanese imperial dreams, of a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, of dominance over the Pacific and Asia, were shattered in an instant. The Japanese leadership had tried, until the very end, to maintain their honor and fight on, but the reality of defeat was unavoidable. The Japanese Empire, which had once expanded aggressively from the shores of Manchuria to the islands of Hawaii, had crumbled. Now, with their military defeated and their emperor forced to renounce his divine status in the face of occupation, Japan stood at the precipice of a new era, one that would be defined not by imperial ambition, but by reconstruction, demilitarization, and a complete transformation of its political identity. The occupation begins. On September 2, 1945, Japan formally signed the instrument of surrender aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay, marking the end of World War II. What followed was an occupation of Japan led by the United States under the leadership of General Douglas MacArthur. This occupation would reshape the very foundations of Japanese society, politics, and culture. The first and most immediate change was the end of Japan's military. General MacArthur's primary goal was the demilitarization of Japan to prevent any future military aggression. The Imperial Japanese Army, which had once been the most feared military force in Asia, was disbanded. The Imperial Japanese Navy, with its formidable fleets and aircraft carriers, was completely dismantled. Even Japan's vast network of military infrastructure, bases, factories, and weapons production facilities, was systematically dismantled. The Japanese people, long accustomed to the martial ethos of the nation, were now confronted with the complete disintegration of their military apparatus. Beyond demilitarization, MacArthur and the occupying forces implemented a radical political reform. The Japanese Emperor, Hirohito, though allowed to remain on the throne, was now stripped of his divine status. In his famous speech, which was broadcast to the nation on August 15, 1945, Emperor Hirohito declared that he was not a god, as had been previously held by the Japanese people. The emperor's renouncement of his divine status was a symbolic and decisive moment in Japan's transformation. This profound shift undermined the traditional imperial system and paved the way for a more democratic government. One of the most significant reforms imposed by the Americans was the drafting of a new constitution. The Constitution of Japan, which was enacted in 1947, established a parliamentary democracy and renounced war as a means of settling international disputes. The new constitution included Article 9, which explicitly forbade Japan from maintaining a military force or using war to resolve conflicts. This was a drastic departure from the imperialistic mindset that had driven Japan's aggression in the first half of the 20th century. The introduction of a democratic system also saw the creation of political parties, the holding of free elections, and the establishment of a parliamentary government. The Diet of Japan, Japan's legislative body, became the center of political power, replacing the power that had once rested in the hands of military leaders and the imperial family. Japan's political system was completely overhauled, and its legal and social institutions began to reflect Western ideals, albeit with some aspects of Japanese culture and traditions still intact. Economic recovery and the transformation of society. While the political changes were sweeping, Japan's economic recovery was another monumental challenge. The country had been devastated by the war, its cities bombed into rubble, its industrial base decimated, and its economy in ruins. Japan's industrial capacity was almost completely destroyed, and food shortages were widespread. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the Japanese economy was heavily reliant on food aid from the United States and other allied nations. However, with the occupation came significant efforts to rebuild the economy. The United States poured in financial aid and resources, setting the stage for a period of rapid economic recovery. Under the guidance of the American occupation forces, Japan began to rebuild its industrial infrastructure. This period of recovery was characterized by American assistance in the form of reconstruction programs and aid packages. The United States, intent on making Japan a stable ally in the emerging Cold War, provided financial support that would prove pivotal in transforming Japan from a war-torn nation to one of the most economically powerful countries in the world. Japan's focus shifted from military production to civilian industrial output. The country became a major player in the manufacturing of electronics, automobiles, and machinery. The Japanese economic miracle was built on the backs of workers who, despite suffering from years of war, remained determined to rebuild their country. By the 1950s and 1960s, Japan's economy had rebounded with incredible speed, surpassing many other nations in terms of industrial output. Companies like Toyota, Sony, and Honda became household names, representing Japan's new position as a global industrial power. Japan's economic success was also driven by innovation and education. The country's focus on technological development, combined with a highly educated and disciplined workforce, helped Japan lead in fields such as robotics, electronics, and automobile manufacturing. In the years that followed, Japan emerged as one of the world's largest economies, and by the 1980s, it was an economic superpower on par with the United States and the Soviet Union. However, the rapid industrialization and urbanization that Japan underwent also led to social changes. The traditional Japanese family structure, the role of women in society, and even the way people interacted with the government were all affected by the transformative period. Japan, once a feudal society under the shoguns, had become a modern, industrialized nation with a new focus on education, personal freedom, and prosperity. Japan's role in the post-war world. While Japan's internal transformation was impressive, its external relations were equally important in shaping its post-war trajectory. Initially, Japan had been viewed with suspicion and distrust by much of the world, particularly the United States. The memory of Japan's aggression in China, Korea, and Southeast Asia was still fresh in the minds of many. Yet, as the Cold War began to take shape, Japan's strategic importance in the Pacific became increasingly apparent. The United States, recognizing Japan's potential as an ally against the growing influence of the Soviet Union, and communism in Asia, shifted its policy towards Japan. In 1951, the Treaty of Peace with Japan was signed in San Francisco, officially ending Japan's status as an enemy nation. This treaty also solidified Japan's position as a key ally of the United States in the Pacific. Over the next few decades, Japan would become a strong member of the Western Bloc, aligning itself with the United States and other democratic nations in the global struggle against communism. Japan's economic rise also brought it back into the international fold as a major player. It became a member of the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank, and its participation in global trade and diplomacy became a significant part of its post-war identity. Japan's role in the international community had been transformed from that of an imperial aggressor to that of a respected economic powerhouse. But despite these successes, Japan's past continued to haunt it. The legacy of its imperial aggression and wartime atrocities, such as the treatment of comfort women, the rape of Nanking, and the exploitation of prisoners of war, remained contentious issues in its relations with neighboring countries, particularly China and South Korea. Although Japan had made efforts to apologize and atone for its wartime actions, these dark chapters in its history remained a source of tension and resentment in East Asia. The legacy of the Japanese Empire. The fall of the Japanese Empire left an indelible mark on the nation. The years of imperial expansion, the military ethos, and the cult of the emperor were now relics of the past. Japan had transformed from a militaristic empire to a pacifist, democratic nation, with an economy focused on industry, innovation, and global trade. Yet, the ghost of the empire lingered, casting a long shadow over Japan's identity. In the years following the war, Japan underwent a dramatic process of self-reflection and reconciliation. The contrast between its imperial past and its pacifist present was stark, and Japan worked tirelessly to reinvent itself as a nation dedicated to peace, democracy, and prosperity. The nation's extraordinary transformation after the war, from the ashes of empire to an industrial superpower, remains one of the most remarkable stories in modern history. Thus, the fall of the Japanese Empire marked the end of an era, but it also heralded the rise of a new Japan, one that would redefine itself in the modern world and chart a path forward that was far different from the imperialistic dreams of the past. The year was 1952. Japan had been under occupation for 7 years, and the profound changes that the country had undergone during that time had set it on a new path. The signing of the Treaty of Peace with Japan on September 8, 1951, brought an official end to the Allied occupation. The treaty, which came into effect on April 28, 1952, marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transformation from a defeated imperial power to a sovereign, modern nation. It was now clear that the empire that had once sought to dominate Asia and beyond would not rise again. Instead, a new Japan was being born, one defined by pacifism, democracy, and economic growth. The challenges of rebuilding. In the aftermath of World War II, Japan's infrastructure had been shattered. The atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the extensive aerial bombings over Tokyo and other major cities, and the brutal fighting in the Pacific had left much of the country in ruins. Cities lay in piles of rubble, while industry, transportation networks, and communication systems were devastated. Japan's industrial output was virtually non-existent, and food shortages plagued the population. The scars of war were everywhere, and the Japanese people were left to rebuild from scratch. However, amid the widespread destruction, there was an extraordinary resilience and determination among the Japanese people. The need to rebuild not only their country but their sense of identity, as well became the driving force for the nation's recovery. The war had stripped away the imperial myths that had sustained Japan's aggressive policies and had replaced them with a stark new reality. Japan needed to reinvent itself. Under the guidance of the American occupation forces, led by General Douglas MacArthur, Japan began the monumental task of reconstruction. The occupation period, which was initially viewed by many in Japan with bitterness and resentment, eventually became a time of profound change. The American presence forced the Japanese to confront the flaws of their pre-war imperial system while also providing the necessary resources for recovery. One of the first significant changes came with the democratization of Japan. The 1947 Japanese Constitution, drafted by the Americans, was a radical departure from the pre-war imperial system. It introduced a parliamentary democracy, established civil liberties, and enshrined universal suffrage. More importantly, the emperor was relegated to a ceremonial role, and his divine status was formally abolished. For centuries, the emperor had been seen as the living god of the Japanese nation, the ultimate symbol of unity and authority. Now, in the wake of defeat, the emperor was stripped of his divine status and reduced to a mere figurehead, a symbol of the new peaceful Japan rather than the divine ruler of an empire. This transformation would take years for many Japanese citizens to fully accept. The imperial system had been at the very core of Japan's national identity, and its collapse marked the end of an era. Yet, it was clear that for Japan to move forward, it had to shed the burdens of its past and look toward a future based on peaceful coexistence with its neighbors and respect for international law. The role of the United States in Japan's recovery. The post-war recovery of Japan was heavily influenced by its relationship with the United States. The U.S. had emerged as the world's preeminent superpower after the defeat of Japan, and its influence over Japan during the occupation years cannot be overstated. The initial American approach to Japan was based on rebuilding its economy and establishing a democratic government that would not threaten peace in the Pacific. However, with the rise of communism in Asia and the Cold War taking shape, the U.S. also saw Japan as an important ally in the fight against the Soviet Union. From the 1950s onward, the U.S. provided significant economic aid to Japan, which was crucial in kickstarting the country's recovery. The Marshall Plan, which had helped rebuild Europe, was not extended to Japan in the same form, but the Americans did provide Japan with vital aid. Additionally, the U.S. pushed for economic reforms, including land reforms that redistributed agricultural land to tenant farmers, increasing agricultural productivity and improving the living standards of many Japanese citizens. The new constitution also provided a foundation for the establishment of a more equitable society, especially in terms of gender and political participation. Perhaps the most significant shift came in the economic realm. With the military disbanded and militarism firmly renounced, Japan shifted its focus toward economic development. Under the guidance of the American occupation and with access to Western markets, Japan began to rebuild its industries. Manufacturing, particularly in sectors like textiles, steel, and machinery, began to revive. One of the key decisions that set the stage for Japan's economic success in the decades that followed was the development of a strong industrial base that was capable of producing high-quality goods at competitive prices. In the 1950s, Japan's economy began to grow at an unprecedented rate. The country's recovery was aided by the U.S. military presence in Japan, which provided both economic stability and the security needed for Japan to focus on rebuilding its industries. With the Korean War, 1950 to 1953, serving as a backdrop, the U.S. military presence in Japan was pivotal in generating a strong demand for goods and services that would accelerate Japan's industrial output. Japanese industries such as automobiles, electronics, and shipbuilding began to see massive growth. Companies like Toyota, Sony, Mitsubishi, and Honda began to make waves in the global market, marking Japan's transition from a war-ravaged nation to a powerful industrial giant. Japan's manufacturing prowess was soon to become the hallmark of its post-war identity. The social transformation. As Japan's economy began to recover, so too did its society. Japan's social fabric had been deeply affected by the war and the aftermath of occupation. The collapse of the traditional feudal order and the disintegration of the military structure led to the growth of a more open, consumer-oriented society. Education became a cornerstone of Japan's development, as the new democratic government ensured that literacy rates increased dramatically. Women's rights also saw significant improvements, with the new constitution guaranteeing gender equality and granting women the right to vote. The growing affluence of Japanese society also led to profound cultural shifts. Traditional Japanese values, such as the emphasis on community, honor, and duty, were still deeply ingrained in the culture, but they were now balanced by the influence of Western ideals like individualism and personal achievement. The Japanese people, once bound by rigid social structures, were now exploring a new sense of identity, influenced by both their own history and the rapidly changing world around them. The rise of consumer culture in Japan was also notable. As people's living standards improved, so too did their access to goods that were previously out of reach. The emergence of shopping districts, department stores, and automobiles marked the beginning of a new era for Japanese consumers. People embraced modernity, but they also clung to aspects of traditional culture, creating a unique fusion of old and new. Japan's rebuilding after the war, its shift from an imperial empire to a peace-oriented democracy, and its rise as an economic powerhouse were all intertwined. The transformation was not without its challenges, and many difficult questions regarding Japan's imperial past and its role in the new world order remained unresolved. Yet the resilience of the Japanese people and their ability to adapt to a new world order allowed them to build a nation that would become a beacon of prosperity and technological innovation. The years after 1952 marked the beginning of Japan's rise on the world stage, but it was clear that the process of rebuilding was far from over. While Japan had recovered from the devastation of war, the country's future would be shaped by the complex interplay of political, economic, and cultural forces that were continuing to evolve. What was emerging was a Japan that was not just a nation but a symbol of the power of reconciliation, adaptation, and progress. By the dawn of the 1960s, Japan was no longer the war-ravaged nation that it had been a decade earlier. Its cities had been rebuilt, its people had embraced a new democratic order, and its economy was on a trajectory that few could have predicted. The period between the 1950s and 1970s would come to be known as Japan's economic miracle, an era in which the country's rapid economic growth not only transformed Japan but also reshaped the global economic landscape. The economic transformation of Japan in this period was nothing short of extraordinary. From the ashes of World War II, Japan had emerged as one of the world's leading industrial powers. Its success was not simply a result of external aid or foreign investment. Rather, it was a product of strategic planning, hard work, and the remarkable ingenuity of the Japanese people. The post-war economic reforms. At the heart of Japan's recovery was the US-led occupation during the late 1940s and early 1950s, which had introduced a series of reforms designed to reshape Japan's economy and government. One of the most significant reforms was the establishment of a free market economy in place of the earlier imperial and feudal systems. By dismantling the wartime monopolies and breaking up large zaibatsu conglomerates, such as Mitsubishi and Sumitomo, the American-led reforms encouraged competition and created space for new industries to emerge. The redistribution of land also played a crucial role. The Land Reform Program, which redistributed land from large landowners to tenant farmers, gave millions of Japanese citizens a stake in the country's prosperity. It was one of the most successful land reforms in history, dramatically increasing agricultural productivity and providing a foundation for Japan's industrial growth. Japan's decision to embrace modernization and shift its focus toward industrial output, particularly in the manufacturing and technology sectors, allowed it to build a foundation for long-term growth. With the help of government policies, labor reforms, and a renewed emphasis on education and innovation, Japan's manufacturing sector expanded rapidly during the 1950s and 1960s. A focus on infrastructure and technology. One of the key drivers of Japan's post-war success was its focus on infrastructure. The Japanese government invested heavily in rebuilding and modernizing its infrastructure, including transportation systems, electricity grids, and telecommunications. The country's rail network, for instance, was overhauled, allowing for the rapid movement of goods and people across the nation. The most famous of these projects was the introduction of the Shinkansen, bullet train, in 1964, which connected the major cities of Tokyo and Osaka and became a symbol of Japan's technological prowess. The introduction of high-speed trains was emblematic of a wider movement in Japan toward cutting-edge technology. The Japanese government focused on fostering technological innovation, which would soon propel the country into the global spotlight. Japanese firms, such as Sony, Panasonic, Sharp, and Toshiba, began making waves in the electronics industry. By the mid-1960s, Japan was recognized as a leader in consumer electronics, producing high-quality radios, televisions, and audio equipment that became synonymous with innovation and reliability. Additionally, Japan's manufacturing sectors, especially in automobiles, had a remarkable transformation. In the early 1950s, Japan's automobile industry was still in its infancy. However, by the 1960s, companies such as Toyota, Honda, and Nissan were beginning to export vehicles across the globe. The Toyota production system, which emphasized efficiency and quality control, became a model for factories around the world. Toyota's rise to prominence, in particular, symbolized Japan's mastery of mass production and engineering excellence. The famous Toyota Corolla model, introduced in 1966, would become one of the best-selling cars in history, and it cemented Japan's place as a global automotive powerhouse. Japan also embraced an industrial policy that promoted cooperation between government and industry, known as Japan Incorporated. The government played an active role in guiding industries through strategic planning and providing support for key sectors. This approach, though controversial at times, was credited with helping Japan move from a low-cost, low-skill economy to a high-tech, highly efficient industrial powerhouse. The role of labor and education in Japan's economic miracle. As Japan's manufacturing sector expanded, the demand for a highly skilled workforce grew. To meet this demand, the country invested heavily in education, creating a system that would produce some of the most highly skilled workers in the world. Japan's educational reforms, which emphasized discipline, hard work, and technical expertise, laid the foundation for the country's rise as an industrial and technological giant. The success of Japan's education system was directly linked to the country's ability to adapt to new industries. Japan's workforce was among the most educated and productive in the world, and this was reflected in the country's industrial output. Workers were not only well trained in traditional industries like textiles and shipbuilding but also in emerging sectors such as electronics and automobiles. In parallel, Japan also maintained a highly disciplined workforce, with strong work ethics rooted in the culture of loyalty and teamwork. The concept of lifetime employment became a feature of many major Japanese companies, fostering a sense of security and loyalty between employees and their employers. In turn, this led to a highly productive workforce, where employees went above and beyond to ensure the success of their companies. Labor relations in Japan were generally stable, and the system of industrial harmony, where labor unions cooperated with employers and the government to ensure fair wages and working conditions, played an important role in maintaining Japan's rapid industrial growth. Workers and managers alike were committed to improving efficiency, and this collective effort contributed to Japan's rise as an industrial and technological powerhouse. Economic growth and global integration. By the 1960s, Japan was experiencing extraordinary economic growth. In just a few decades, it had transformed from a defeated and impoverished nation into the world's second-largest economy. The country's GDP grew at an average rate of 9 to 10% annually throughout the 1950s and 1960s. Japan's success was not just confined to its domestic market. The country became increasingly integrated into the global economy. Japan's economic miracle came at a time when many Western countries were still recovering from the effects of World War II. Japan's rapid recovery and its emergence as a major global economic player were therefore seen as a model for other nations. Japanese goods, particularly automobiles and electronics, were now sought after worldwide for their quality, efficiency, and reliability. By the 1970s, Japan was a leading exporter, with its products reaching markets in Europe, the United States, and beyond. Japan's economic success story also led to a new phase of regional influence. As the economic powerhouse of Asia, Japan became an important player in the region, not only as a source of investment and technology but also as a political and cultural leader. Japan's rise as an economic superpower prompted a shift in the global balance of power, and its influence in international organizations, such as the United Nations and the World Bank, continued to grow. Yet despite the undeniable economic success, Japan's post-war miracle was not without its challenges. The rapid pace of industrialization led to significant social and environmental issues. Pollution became a major concern, especially in rapidly industrializing cities like Tokyo and Osaka. Labor tensions, though relatively muted, occasionally erupted over issues of working conditions, wages, and corporate governance. Additionally, Japan's reliance on exports made its economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global demand. But despite these challenges, Japan's economic rise in the 1950s and 1960s was nothing short of miraculous. It was an era in which the country defied the odds, transformed itself from a war-torn nation into an economic superpower, and demonstrated to the world that resilience, innovation, and cooperation could lead to unparalleled success. The economic miracle of post-war Japan remains one of the most inspiring stories of national recovery and global ascent in modern history. By the dawn of the 1970s, Japan had solidified its position as one of the most powerful and influential nations in the world. The remnants of its imperial past seemed distant, replaced by an image of a modern, peaceful, and economically dominant nation. The success of Japan's economic miracle during the 1950s and 1960s had transformed the country from a shattered society into a global powerhouse. In the 1970s and 1980s, Japan would experience its greatest years of prosperity, when it not only reached the peak of its economic development, but also became a cultural force with a profound global influence. Japan's rise as a global economic power. The 1970s marked a pivotal decade in Japan's economic ascent. By this time, Japan had transitioned from a country struggling to recover from the aftermath of World War II to one of the world's top industrial and technological powers. Japan's manufacturing industries, such as automobiles, electronics, and steel, were world-renowned for their quality, innovation, and efficiency. The country had become the world's second-largest economy, trailing only behind the United States, and was on track to become a dominant player in the global market. The most significant symbol of Japan's newfound economic strength was the rise of its automobile industry. Japanese car manufacturers like Toyota, Nissan, and Honda had not only succeeded in their home market but had also begun to dominate international markets, especially in the United States. The introduction of compact cars and the growing demand for fuel-efficient vehicles in the wake of the 1973 oil crisis gave Japanese carmakers an edge over their American and European competitors, who were struggling with high production costs and inefficient vehicles. The Toyota Corolla, the Honda Civic, and the Nissan Skyline became global household names. In addition, the country's meticulous approach to quality control and production techniques, particularly the Toyota production system, earned Japan international recognition for its innovation in manufacturing. Technological innovation and Japan's electronics revolution. As Japan's automobile industry flourished, so too did its electronics sector. By the 1970s and 1980s, Japanese companies like Sony, Panasonic, Sharp, and Hitachi had cemented their positions as global leaders in consumer electronics. The rise of personal electronics, including the Walkman, the compact disc, and television sets, would help Japan become a symbol of cutting-edge technology. Sony, in particular, was at the forefront of this revolution. The Sony Walkman, released in 1979, was a revolutionary product that forever changed the way people consumed music. The Walkman became a cultural icon and a symbol of Japan's ability to innovate and set global trends. The rapid advancements in consumer electronics also led to Japan becoming a leader in semiconductors and computing technology. By the 1980s, Japanese firms like NEC, Fujitsu, and Toshiba were playing a dominant role in the development of microchips, processors, and computing hardware. Japan's advancements in technology were driven by a combination of governmental support, collaboration between industry and academia, and a focus on research and development. In these years, Japan became synonymous with high-tech excellence, with its products being sold in every corner of the world. Japan's economic miracle and its impact on global trade. By the 1980s, Japan's economic model had become the envy of many countries. Japan's economic miracle was based on a combination of several key factors: a strong industrial base, technological innovation, a highly educated and disciplined workforce, and effective government intervention. The country's growth was underpinned by export-led growth, where Japan's emphasis on producing high-quality goods at competitive prices fueled its dominance in the global market. Japan's trade surplus reached astronomical levels, particularly with the United States. However, this dominance also led to growing tensions, particularly over trade imbalances. By the mid-1980s, Japan was facing increasing criticism from the US and other Western nations regarding the growing trade deficit between Japan and its trading partners. American manufacturers felt that Japan's markets were closed to their products, while Japanese goods flooded American shelves. These trade tensions reached their peak with the signing of the Plaza Accord in 1985, which aimed to address currency imbalances and force Japan to revalue its currency, the yen, in an effort to make Japanese exports more expensive and reduce its trade surplus. While the Plaza Accord was intended to stabilize global markets, it would have long-term consequences for Japan's economy. The Cultural Renaissance, Japan's soft power and global influence. Alongside its economic success, Japan in the 1970s and 1980s began to emerge as a major cultural force. The country's influence was not confined to its economic achievements. Japan was beginning to shape global culture in a way that was previously unimaginable. The term, soft power, was not yet coined, but Japan's cultural influence was rapidly growing. As the 1990s began, Japan found itself at a crossroads. The economic miracle that had propelled the nation to the heights of global power had begun to falter. The winds of change, which had swept through the country during its rapid post-war recovery and booming decades, now seemed to be pushing Japan into an uncertain future. The stock market crash of 1991, the collapse of the asset bubble, and the ensuing lost decade marked the beginning of Japan's long struggle to regain its former economic vitality. But these events were not the end of Japan's remarkable story. Instead, they represented a crucial turning point, a shift from the heady days of expansion to a more introspective phase in the nation's history. The collapse of the bubble economy and the lost decade. By the late 1980s, Japan's rapid rise had been accompanied by a surge in real estate prices and stock market values, creating a bubble that, in hindsight, was unsustainable. As the asset prices reached dizzying heights, it became clear that speculation, rather than genuine economic growth, was driving Japan's financial markets. The bubble burst dramatically in 1991. The aftermath was swift and brutal. Japan's stock market and real estate values plummeted, leaving the economy in a prolonged slump. The lost decade, a period of stagnation that lasted well into the 2000s, followed. The economy contracted, the real estate market remained depressed, and many financial institutions were left with massive bad debts. As Japan entered this period of economic stagnation, the government was forced to enact policies aimed at rescuing the economy. The Bank of Japan cut interest rates, while the government introduced stimulus packages, but the recovery was sluggish. The country's once unshakable confidence in its economic model was shaken, and Japan now found itself struggling to regain its competitive edge. During the 1990s, Japan's unemployment rates, which had been remarkably low during the earlier decades, began to rise. For the first time in the post-war era, many Japanese workers found themselves faced with job insecurity and stagnating wages. The long-standing cultural norm of lifetime employment began to erode, and the corporate world was forced to adjust to the reality of a more volatile and unpredictable economic environment. Japan's labor market, once seen as a model of efficiency and stability, now appeared to be in crisis. At the same time, Japan's technological sector, which had been a global leader throughout the 1980s, began to face stiff competition from emerging economies, particularly in South Korea and China. The rise of China as a manufacturing and technological hub in the 1990s would prove to be a significant challenge for Japan. The Chinese economy, with its large, low-cost labor force, was able to undercut Japan's prices and gradually erode its market share in industries such as electronics, textiles, and consumer goods. The rise of South Korea's Samsung, LG, and other tech giants further intensified competition, particularly in the consumer electronics and semiconductor markets, areas where Japan had once held dominance. The changing political landscape. The economic malaise of the 1990s was not only a financial crisis but also a political one. Japan's post-war political system, dominated by the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, for much of the 20th century, began to show signs of strain. Political corruption scandals, bureaucratic inefficiency, and a lack of leadership contributed to a sense of disillusionment among the public. The LDP's grip on power weakened, and by the mid-1990s, Japan experienced a series of short-lived coalition governments and shifting political allegiances. In response to the discontent and the slow economic recovery, Japan underwent a process of political and economic reforms. The Japanese economy was increasingly opened up to market forces, and economic deregulation became a key theme of government policy. The collapse of the bubble economy and the economic struggles of the 1990s forced Japan to reassess its industrial and economic strategies. The country had to adapt to the reality of a more competitive global economy, one in which its economic dominance could no longer be taken for granted. Japan's shift toward a more globalized and diversified future. Despite the hardships of the 1990s, Japan remained an economic power. While the lost decade had caused significant upheaval, it did not signal the end of Japan's influence. By the 2000s, Japan's economy began to stabilize, and it found new sources of growth. Japan diversified its focus from traditional industries such as manufacturing to technology, services, and finance. The emergence of the Internet and the rise of information technology provided new opportunities for growth, even though Japan was no longer the undisputed leader in these fields. Companies like Sony, Canon, and Toyota still held significant influence on the global stage, though they faced increasing competition from South Korea, China, and the United States. During the early 2000s, Japan also began to pivot toward a more globalized economy. While the nation remained largely closed off to immigration, it gradually began to embrace globalization through trade agreements, the liberalization of markets, and an increased focus on foreign direct investment. Japan's relationship with the United States continued to be a cornerstone of its foreign policy, although tensions over trade imbalances remained a constant challenge. Japan also sought to build stronger economic ties with other parts of Asia, including China and India, as well as with European nations. Japan in the 21st century, facing new challenges. Entering the 21st century, Japan faced a new set of challenges, both at home and abroad. Demographic decline became one of the country's most pressing issues, as Japan's population aged rapidly, and the birth rate fell to one of the lowest in the world. By the 2020s, Japan's aging population had created a host of social and economic challenges, from increased healthcare costs to a shrinking workforce. To address this, Japan implemented various reforms aimed at encouraging female participation in the workforce, extending retirement ages, and promoting automation and robotics to mitigate labor shortages. Japan's geopolitical situation also evolved in the 21st century. The rise of China as a regional superpower presented new challenges for Japan, particularly in the context of territorial disputes in the East China Sea. Japan's security concerns were heightened by China's increasing military assertiveness and its ambitions to expand its influence in Asia. Japan, which had renounced war under its pacifist constitution after World War II, began to reconsider its defense policies. In response to rising threats, Japan sought closer defense ties with the United States and increased its own military capabilities, though these moves were carefully calibrated to avoid upsetting the pacifist principles embedded in Japan's post-war constitution. The global financial crisis of 2008 further tested Japan's economy. Despite being less affected than other major economies, Japan still struggled with economic stagnation and the challenges of global economic integration. The government was forced to implement stimulus measures, including a stimulus package aimed at reviving consumer spending. However, the country's debt levels rose significantly, contributing to concerns about Japan's fiscal health in the long term. In recent years, Japan has placed a greater emphasis on technological innovation and sustainability. Japan's robotics industry has become a global leader, with the country investing heavily in artificial intelligence, AI, and automation technologies to address its aging population and labor shortages. Additionally, Japan has made strides toward embracing renewable energy sources, although it remains heavily reliant on nuclear power and fossil fuels. Cultural legacy and soft power in the 21st century. Culturally, Japan has continued to maintain and expand its global influence. Japanese pop culture, including anime, manga, and video games, continues to captivate audiences worldwide. The anime industry, in particular, has become a multi-billion-dollar industry, with titles such as Attack on Titan, My Hero Academia, and Demon Slayer finding massive international success. Japan's culinary culture, particularly sushi, has become ubiquitous around the world. Furthermore, the country's design and fashion industries, especially brands like Uniqlo and Comme des Garçons, have solidified Japan's reputation as a trendsetter in global fashion. Japan's cultural diplomacy has played an important role in its image as a peaceful and creative force in the world. The concept of cool Japan has been promoted by the government to emphasize the country's modern and innovative cultural output while distancing itself from its militaristic past. Conclusion: Japan's enduring legacy and the road ahead. As Japan entered the 21st century, its legacy as an economic and cultural powerhouse was undiminished, though it faced a range of new challenges, from an aging population to shifting global power dynamics. The nation's resilience and ability to adapt to these challenges, however, have allowed it to maintain a place of prominence in the global arena. Japan's remarkable journey from the destruction of World War II to becoming an economic and cultural giant is one of the most extraordinary stories in modern history. While the future remains uncertain, Japan's spirit of innovation, its focus on education and technology, and its deep commitment to its traditions and cultural heritage continue to shape its role in the world today. The sun had set on Japan's rapid post-war recovery, but it rose again on an era of transformation. By the turn of the 21st century, Japan was no longer defined merely by the scars of its wartime past but had emerged as a symbol of resilience and innovation in a rapidly changing world. The narrative of Japan's rise, fall, and eventual resurgence became not only a reflection of the nation's indomitable spirit but also a testament to its ability to adapt and navigate a turbulent geopolitical landscape. The 1990s marked a critical juncture in Japan's history. The euphoria of the economic boom, which had defined the latter half of the 20th century, began to dissipate as the nation entered the so-called lost decade. The economic bubble that had inflated the nation's stock market and real estate prices burst, leaving a long, painful period of stagnation. Japan's financial sector, once a global powerhouse, was mired in bad debt, and the once booming real estate market collapsed. The bubble's aftermath created a sense of uncertainty that permeated every aspect of Japanese society. The hardships of the 1990s were felt keenly across the nation. For the first time in decades, the youth began questioning Japan's traditional corporate values. Lifetime employment, once the hallmark of Japan's post-war economic success, was no longer guaranteed, and the rise of job insecurity cast a shadow over the future. The nation's once steadfast confidence in its economic model began to fray, and many began to wonder if Japan had lost its way. Yet, amid the turmoil, Japan's remarkable ability to innovate proved resilient. As the decade wore on, Japan adapted to the challenges presented by the new economic landscape. The government pursued policies of deregulation, embracing a more open market economy and encouraging greater participation in the global market. Japan's industrial giants, including Toyota, Sony, and Canon, continued to thrive, although they faced mounting competition from emerging economies, particularly China and South Korea. Yet these challenges only pushed Japan to further refine its competitive edge. One of the most significant shifts in Japan's post-1990s strategy was its pivot towards the technology and service industries. While Japan had long been a leader in manufacturing, particularly in the automotive and electronics sectors, The future of the global economy seemed increasingly focused on digital and service-based industries. Japan's expertise in electronics and robotics helped the country stay relevant, even as its traditional industries began to feel the squeeze of globalization. Companies like Sony and Panasonic pushed the boundaries of innovation, developing consumer electronics and entertainment products that dominated global markets. Moreover, Japan's investment in automation and robotics positioned the country as a leader in a future where artificial intelligence, AI, would transform every industry. The nation's emphasis on technological solutions to its labor shortages, driven by its aging population, meant that Japan became the global standard for automation. Robot factories, AI-driven industries, and advanced consumer gadgets, these became the hallmark of Japan's contribution to the 21st century economy. From self-driving cars to automated factories, Japan embraced technology as the key to ensuring its competitiveness in an ever-changing world. The early 21st century also marked Japan's growing influence in global culture. The Japanese cultural renaissance, driven by anime, manga, video games, and a rich culinary heritage, became one of the most powerful forces in shaping global pop culture. The Japanese anime industry exploded in popularity, with titles such as Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, One Piece, and Attack on Titan becoming cultural touchstones across the world. Likewise, Japan's video game giants, including Nintendo, Sony, and Sega, continued to dominate the gaming world with consoles like the PlayStation and games such as Final Fantasy and Super Mario. In tandem with this cultural explosion, Japan's culinary influence expanded globally. Sushi, ramen, and tempura became staples in restaurants across the world. The Japanese philosophy of sustainable eating and seasonal ingredients helped define global food trends, while Japanese chefs earned Michelin stars for their commitment to perfection and innovation. But as Japan's influence in the cultural and technological spheres grew, so too did its challenges on the geopolitical front. China's rise as a global superpower, and its increasing military assertiveness in the East China Sea posed new threats to Japan's security. Japan's long-standing territorial dispute with China over the Senkaku Islands became an increasingly sensitive issue, particularly as China's influence in the region grew. In response to these threats, Japan was forced to reconsider its defense policies. Though it had renounced war and maintained a pacifist stance since World War II, the changing security environment in East Asia led to a reassessment of Japan's military capabilities. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe in the 2010s, Japan began to incrementally revise its defense posture, seeking to strengthen its alliance with the United States and bolster its self-defense capabilities. The Japanese Self-Defense Forces, SDF, long restricted in their scope, were reoriented to address regional security threats, particularly from China and North Korea. Abe's government pushed for constitutional reinterpretation to allow Japan to exercise the right of collective defense, a stance that sparked debate but ultimately reflected Japan's need to safeguard its interests in an increasingly unstable world. Simultaneously, Japan's relationship with South Korea and its historical disputes with neighboring countries remained a delicate subject. The lingering effects of Japan's imperial past, particularly its actions during World War II, continued to affect its relations with countries like South Korea and China. Despite these tensions, Japan sought to strengthen its diplomatic ties within the region and the wider international community. The domestic front also posed challenges. Japan's rapidly aging population, coupled with its low birth rate, threatened to undermine the nation's future economic growth. By the 2020s, Japan's population was shrinking at an alarming rate, creating a demographic crisis that demanded urgent action. The government attempted to address this issue by implementing pro-natalist policies to encourage families to have more children, as well as initiatives to attract foreign workers. Yet, these measures face resistance due to Japan's cultural emphasis on homogeneity and the challenges of integrating immigrants into the national fabric. Another emerging issue was the increasing climate change challenges. Japan's vulnerability to natural disasters, including earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons, was well known, but the rise of extreme weather events due to climate change presented new threats. Japan, however, responded to these challenges by positioning itself as a leader in sustainable energy and green technology, aiming to balance its need for energy with its commitment to environmental responsibility. Despite these hurdles, Japan entered the 2020s with a renewed sense of purpose. The country was poised to remain a key player on the global stage, committed to innovation, culture, and diplomacy. While its imperial past remained a contentious issue, its modern achievements in technology, culture, and economic development could not be ignored. Japan's ability to continually reinvent itself was a testament to its resilience, a country that had not only recovered from the ashes of war but had risen to become one of the most influential nations in the modern world. In the end, Japan's journey was one of transformation and adaptation. From the ashes of defeat came a vision of peace, prosperity, and technological prowess. As the world looked to the future, Japan remained steadfast, a symbol of the power of reinvention, and a reminder that, though an empire may fall, its legacy, in one form or another, never truly disappears. As the 21st century unfolded, Japan found itself navigating the evolving landscape of international politics, technology, and culture. Once a nation haunted by its imperial past and the devastation of war, Japan was now an economic and technological powerhouse, whose innovations, culture, and values had spread to every corner of the globe. Yet, despite this success, the country's position in the world remained fragile, shaped by a rapidly changing global order and its own internal challenges. The year was 2011, and Japan was still recovering from the trauma of the Great East Japan earthquake and the subsequent Fukushima nuclear disaster. The earthquake, one of the most powerful ever recorded, had devastated the northeastern coast of Japan, claiming thousands of lives and displacing even more. As the nation rallied in the aftermath, the nuclear crisis at Fukushima threatened to undo decades of progress in energy policy. The Japanese people, already accustomed to the regular tremors of earthquakes, now faced an unparalleled crisis that would reshape their approach to energy and their sense of vulnerability. The government responded with determination, mobilizing resources to rebuild the affected areas and to restore Japan's nuclear safety protocols. However, the Fukushima disaster would have far-reaching consequences for the nation's energy future. Public trust in nuclear power was shattered, and a national debate erupted over the viability of nuclear energy in a nation prone to earthquakes. Over the next decade, Japan would slowly pivot away from nuclear power, focusing on renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and geothermal. Japan's commitment to finding alternative energy solutions, despite the setbacks, was a clear indication of the country's resilience and ability to adapt to the unforeseen challenges of the modern world. While Japan's economic growth had plateaued during the late 20th century, it had maintained a global presence in sectors such as technology, automotive, and manufacturing. The 2000s and 2010s saw Japan continuing its role as a global leader in electronics, robotics, automobiles, and consumer technology. Companies like Toyota, Sony, Panasonic, and Honda became synonymous with cutting-edge innovation and high-quality manufacturing. Japan's leadership in industries like robotics and automated manufacturing allowed it to stay relevant in the face of competition from rapidly developing countries like China and South Korea. The future of Japan's economy, however, increasingly rested on its ability to transition from traditional manufacturing to technology-driven industries. In the 2010s, Japan embraced the next generation of innovation. Artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, and big data became the driving forces behind Japan's economic strategy. The government and private sector poured investments into AI research, quantum computing, and automation, determined to maintain Japan's competitive edge. This investment in cutting-edge technologies led to significant strides in robotics, including humanoid robots, autonomous vehicles, and AI-driven solutions for the aging population. In tandem with these technological developments, Japan's economy continued to evolve into a knowledge-based, service-oriented model. The service sector grew rapidly, with industries such as finance, tourism, and entertainment contributing increasingly to Japan's GDP. Japan became a leading destination for international tourism, with its rich culture, historic landmarks, and world-class infrastructure attracting millions of visitors each year. Tokyo's transformation into a global financial hub further solidified Japan's economic influence in the world. Japan's technological prowess was not only confined to economic sectors but extended into areas that deeply affected the way society functioned. The advent of 5G technology revolutionized communication and connected the nation in ways previously unimaginable. From digital classrooms to smart cities, Japan emerged as a leader in integrating IoT, Internet of Things, technologies into daily life. The use of technology to address its aging population was also a critical focus. The country's commitment to robot-assisted caregiving, medical technology, and assistive devices allowed Japan to better cope with its demographic challenges while providing a model for other nations facing similar issues. Yet, for all its economic and technological might, Japan faced significant challenges in the new century. The country's aging population was perhaps its most pressing issue. Japan had one of the oldest populations in the world, with more than a quarter of its people over the age of 65. This demographic shift posed a significant threat to the country's labor force, economy, and healthcare system. The shrinking workforce, coupled with fewer births, meant that Japan would have to find innovative solutions to sustain its economy. One possible solution, though controversial, was the increased integration of immigrant labor. The government introduced programs to attract skilled foreign workers, though this move was met with mixed reactions from the public. The traditional cultural emphasis on homogeneity made it difficult for Japan to fully embrace a multicultural workforce, despite the undeniable need for new workers. On the global stage, Japan's foreign policy evolved in response to the changing geopolitical landscape. Japan's relationship with its regional neighbors, particularly China and South Korea, remained complex and often contentious. The historical issues stemming from Japan's imperial past continued to affect diplomatic ties. Disputes over territory, especially in the East China Sea, remained a persistent point of tension. Japan's involvement in international security became increasingly important, especially as China's military rise posed a direct challenge to the balance of power in Asia. In response, Japan began to reassess its security posture, lifting some of its pacifist restrictions to bolster its military capabilities. Japan's alliance with the United States continued to be a cornerstone of its foreign policy. The U.S.-Japan Security Treaty, signed in 1951, remained an essential pillar of Japan's defense strategy. However, as the global power dynamic shifted, Japan increasingly sought to carve out a more independent role in international diplomacy. Japan's approach to diplomacy remained one of soft power, with an emphasis on economic influence, cultural diplomacy, and global leadership in areas such as climate change and sustainable development. On the cultural front, Japan's influence spread far beyond its borders. The global appeal of anime, manga, and video games had become a dominant force in the global cultural landscape. Brands like Nintendo, Sony, and Capcom had built legacies that spanned decades, with games like Pokémon, Final Fantasy, and The Legend of Zelda becoming worldwide phenomena. The reach of Japanese popular culture extended into fashion, art, and food, with sushi and ramen becoming household names around the world. In the midst of these successes, Japan's identity remained deeply tied to its historical legacy. The Meiji Restoration, which had catapulted Japan into the modern world in the late 19th century, was still viewed as a foundational moment in the nation's transformation. The spirit of self-reliance, innovation, and perseverance that had driven Japan to become an imperial power in the early 20th century remained a guiding force, albeit in a different form. As Japan moved further into the 21st century, the challenges it faced were as varied as they were complex. Yet, even in the face of adversity, Japan stood resilient. Its ability to blend tradition and modernity, its remarkable technological advancements, and its culture of innovation ensured that Japan would continue to play a significant role on the world stage. In the end, Japan's story was one of adaptation, perseverance, and transformation. From the horrors of war to the triumphs of technological innovation, Japan had proven that it could rise from the ashes time and time again. And as the world moved forward into an uncertain future, Japan remained steadfast, a beacon of hope, and a symbol of what a nation could achieve when it refused to give up on its dreams. By the early 2020s, Japan stood at a crossroads, balancing its rich traditions with the demands of an ever-evolving global landscape. The sense of uncertainty that had accompanied the end of the 20th century had largely faded, replaced by a renewed confidence in the nation's ability to tackle complex global issues. Japan had emerged from the shadow of its imperial past, and its place in the world was now defined not just by its technological prowess or economic influence, but by its approach to global leadership, diplomacy, and sustainability. The world that Japan faced in the 2020s was dramatically different from the one in which it had once been an imperial power. The rise of China as a global superpower, the shifting dynamics of global trade, the climate crisis, and the rapid pace of technological change presented new challenges for Japan's policymakers. But Japan's ability to navigate these challenges, drawing from both its historical resilience and its commitment to innovation, became the cornerstone of its global strategy. The first challenge that Japan faced in the 2020s was the geopolitical tension that had emerged in Asia. The Senkaku Islands dispute with China remained unresolved, while Beijing's increasing military assertiveness and the expansion of its presence in the South China Sea raised alarms across the region. Japan, which had long maintained a pacifist constitution, found itself caught in a delicate balancing act. While Japan had historically relied on its alliance with the United States for security, the emergence of China as a military power necessitated a re-evaluation of its defense strategies. In response to the growing threat posed by China, Japan took significant steps to enhance its military readiness. In the early 2020s, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and his successors led efforts to reinterpret Japan's pacifist constitution, particularly Article 9, which renounced war as a means of settling international disputes. This reinterpretation allowed Japan to participate more actively in collective defense agreements, particularly in the context of its military alliance with the United States. Japan's Self-Defense Forces, SDF, while still officially limited to defensive purposes, were increasingly involved in peacekeeping missions and joint military exercises with U.S. forces. While Japan's military expansion was met with mixed reactions domestically, particularly from those who remained committed to the pacifist principles enshrined in the Constitution, it was clear that Japan had no choice but to bolster its defenses in the face of rising tensions in East Asia. The national discourse was divided, but the urgency of safeguarding Japan's security interests had become undeniable. Japan's efforts to modernize its military were also accompanied by a significant push for regional diplomacy. Japan sought to strengthen ties with its neighbors, including South Korea, despite historical grievances, and to build alliances with India, Australia, and other countries in the Indo-Pacific region. Japan's diplomatic strategy became one of active engagement, seeking to counterbalance China's influence through economic partnerships, infrastructure development, and strategic alliances. Alongside its defense policy, Japan's economic strategy in the 2020s was defined by its shift towards sustainability and green technology. While Japan's industrial prowess had once been focused on mass production, efficiency, and innovation in consumer electronics, cars, and machinery, the nation now found itself at the forefront of the global push towards sustainable development. Japan had long been a leader in environmental technologies, with companies like Toyota pioneering hybrid vehicles and solar power systems. However, the environmental challenges facing the world were becoming increasingly urgent. The climate crisis had reached a tipping point, and Japan, as one of the world's most disaster-prone nations, could not afford to ignore the effects of rising temperatures, more frequent natural disasters, and the global push for carbon neutrality. The 2020s saw Japan accelerating its commitment to a green economy, transitioning to renewable energy, and increasing its investments in clean technologies. Japan's government set ambitious goals for reducing carbon emissions and expanding the use of renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind power, while moving away from its dependence on nuclear power following the Fukushima disaster. Japan's commitment to sustainable development was not limited to energy policy. It extended to its entire economic model. By prioritizing green innovation, eco-friendly manufacturing, and circular economies, Japan sought to lead the way in a new era of environmentally conscious capitalism. It invested heavily in the research and development of sustainable technologies like hydrogen fuel cells, electric vehicles, and smart cities, positioning itself as a model for the future of sustainable urban development. At the same time, Japan faced the demographic crisis that had been looming for decades. The country's aging population was one of the most pressing challenges of the 21st century. With a declining birth rate, the population was expected to shrink dramatically in the coming decades, leading to a shrinking labor force, increased pressure on social services, and an overall slowing of economic growth. Japan's leaders had long been aware of this challenge, but it had become even more urgent in the 2020s. In response, Japan introduced policies aimed at increasing workforce participation and adapting to demographic changes. Automation and robotics became crucial components of Japan's strategy to cope with labor shortages. The country's leadership doubled down on robot-assisted caregiving, AI-driven manufacturing, and the use of drones and robots in various sectors, including healthcare, agriculture, and transportation. These technological solutions were intended to alleviate the strain caused by a shrinking workforce while maintaining Japan's global competitiveness. One of the more controversial responses to Japan's demographic crisis was the gradual shift toward immigration reform. While Japan had long been resistant to large-scale immigration, the economic necessity of attracting foreign workers led to the implementation of policies that allowed for greater immigration in certain sectors. This move, while pragmatic, was met with resistance from conservative elements within Japanese society, who feared that an influx of immigrants might erode the nation's cultural identity. However, as the realities of an aging population became more evident, the debate around immigration became a central issue in Japan's political discourse. Despite these challenges, Japan's influence on the global stage continued to grow. It used its economic clout to lead international initiatives on climate action, sustainable development, and global governance. Japan's role in the United Nations, World Trade Organization, and G7 became increasingly important as it championed issues such as human rights, democracy, and free trade. Japan's approach to diplomacy was one of pragmatism, focusing on building multilateral coalitions to address global challenges while maintaining a commitment to peace and stability. As Japan continued to navigate the complexities of the 21st century, it also worked to strengthen its cultural influence. Japanese soft power, particularly through anime, manga, fashion, and culinary exports, continued to shape global culture. The international success of Japanese media, such as the Pokémon franchise, Studio Ghibli films, and video games like Final Fantasy, reinforced Japan's position as a cultural force to be reckoned with. Japan's ability to blend tradition with modernity was not only a source of national pride but also an enduring source of influence. In this new world order, Japan was no longer an empire in the traditional sense, but it had become an economic, technological, and cultural power that shaped the world through its values, innovations, and leadership. Japan had faced tremendous challenges: geopolitical, economic, demographic, and environmental, but through its ability to adapt and innovate, it had found its place in the complex web of 21st century global politics. As Japan moved deeper into the century, its story remained one of resilience, adaptation, and forward-thinking leadership, a nation that, despite its tumultuous past, had transformed itself into a beacon of progress and innovation for the world. Japan had risen from the ashes of war and imperialism to become a global leader, not through military conquest, but through the strength of its ideas, technology, and culture. And as the world entered the future, Japan stood at the helm, navigating the uncertain waters of the 21st century with a steady hand, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Japan's journey, from its imperial past to its present as a technological, economic, and cultural powerhouse, was a testament to the nation's enduring resilience and its ability to rise again, even in the face of the most daunting of obstacles. As the 21st century progressed, Japan's role on the world stage became increasingly pronounced. From the edges of the Pacific, Japan's influence rippled outward, quietly shaping the course of global events. The world was no longer solely driven by economic and military power but was also shaped by the subtle forces of culture, technology, and diplomacy. In this shifting landscape, Japan managed to cultivate a unique form of leadership that was defined not by the dominance of its military, but by its focus on global peace, cooperation, and technological prowess. By the early 2030s, Japan found itself in the midst of a new global paradigm, where interconnectivity and collaboration were paramount. At the center of this world was Japan's model of technological innovation and green economy. Japan's high-tech industries, which had once been synonymous with consumer electronics and automobiles, now evolved into industries that embraced clean energy, artificial intelligence, robotics, and sustainable infrastructure. Cities across Japan, particularly Tokyo, began to resemble utopian visions of the future. Futuristic skylines blended with lush green spaces, powered by renewable energy sources, and governed by AI-assisted management systems. Japan had managed to merge its deep reverence for nature with its cutting-edge technological capabilities, creating a harmonious blend that inspired the world. However, Japan's influence wasn't merely the result of its advanced technologies. The country's ability to blend its rich cultural heritage with modern innovation served as a powerful tool in cementing its place on the world stage. Japanese soft power, the global spread of cultural products like anime, manga, J-pop, fashion, and film, continued to gain momentum. At the dawn of the 2030s, Japan had become the world's leading exporter of cultural trends, with its artistic outputs shaping tastes and lifestyles far beyond its borders. Anime and manga were no longer niche genres enjoyed by a dedicated, global fanbase. They had become mainstream cultural forces that influenced art, entertainment, and storytelling across the world. The impact of Studio Ghibli's cinematic masterpieces and the global success of Pokémon, Attack on Titan, and My Hero Academia had established Japan as a dominant cultural force. Universities and cultural institutions worldwide were incorporating Japanese language, history, and arts into their curricula, further spreading Japan's soft power. At the same time, Japan's traditional influence in the global economy remained strong. Tokyo had long been a financial hub, but the emergence of cryptocurrencies, blockchain technology, and digital finance in the 2020s cemented Japan's leadership in these fields. Tokyo was home to numerous fintech companies and startups, and its digital financial infrastructure became one of the most advanced in the world. Japan's embrace of blockchain technology transformed the way people thought about security, transparency, and decentralization, giving the country an edge in the financial world. In this new, fast-paced global economy, Japan had successfully adapted to new trends, positioning itself as a leader in digital transformation. The nation's commitment to global collaboration was perhaps best seen in its efforts to shape the international system around the principles of peace, democracy, and sustainability. Japan's foreign policy in the 2030s was characterized by a focus on creating multilateral alliances, emphasizing diplomacy and economic cooperation over conflict. Japan's leadership in the United Nations, its role in the World Trade Organization, and its increasing influence within the World Health Organization made it a key player in shaping the global response to issues like climate change, healthcare, and human rights. Japan's desire to promote peace through diplomacy became particularly evident in its advocacy for disarmament and peacekeeping efforts. While its pacifist constitution still limited Japan's military involvement in overseas conflicts, the nation found its place as a champion for humanitarian efforts and the prevention of conflicts. Japan's peace-oriented foreign policy aligned with the goals of the United Nations, and it became an active contributor to peacekeeping missions, particularly in conflict-ridden regions of Africa and the Middle East. Japan's role in these global efforts earned it the respect of nations that valued stability and peace. Domestically, Japan's rise to global prominence also coincided with the country's growing political stability. By the 2030s, Japan had found a model of governance that was widely regarded as efficient, responsive, and forward-thinking. Japan's political leadership remained steady, guided by a commitment to the nation's enduring values of peace, harmony, and progress. Successive prime ministers, backed by the country's political parties, understood the importance of maintaining Japan's reputation as a stable democracy. Regular elections ensured that the people of Japan had a voice in the direction of their government, and the commitment to civil rights and social justice remained central to Japan's political identity. Despite these accomplishments, Japan remained acutely aware of the world's challenges. The tension with China had not dissipated. The Senkaku Islands remained a point of contention, and China's military expansion in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait continued to pose a significant threat to regional security. Japan continued to rely on its alliance with the United States for security, but its growing technological prowess, particularly in cybersecurity and intelligence sharing, allowed Japan to become a key player in safeguarding global security. Japan's commitment to ensuring the stability of the Indo-Pacific region meant that it was closely involved in multilateral defense dialogues and regional security forums. But perhaps Japan's greatest test of influence in the early 2030s lay not in military might, but in climate change. As the world continued to grapple with rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and the depletion of natural resources, Japan positioned itself as a global leader in sustainability. Japan's rapid advancement in green technology set a global benchmark. From zero-emission vehicles to smart cities built around renewable energy, Japan was reshaping the way the world thought about urban development, transportation, and energy consumption. Its leadership in environmental technology made Japan an essential partner in global efforts to combat climate change. Through the 2030s, Japan played a pivotal role in the Paris Climate Agreement and spearheaded international discussions on carbon neutrality and sustainable agriculture. It invested heavily in cutting-edge nuclear fusion research and the development of clean energy technologies, positioning itself as a global green energy hub. Japan's corporate sector embraced the challenge, and companies like Toyota, Honda, and Hitachi led the way in the creation of eco-friendly solutions, while Japanese scientists developed innovative methods to combat environmental degradation, including carbon capture technologies. Internally, Japan also faced challenges, not least of which was its aging population. While Japan had embraced technological solutions, including robotics and automation, to alleviate some of the pressure on its healthcare system, the demographic shift remained a significant issue. Japan's elderly population continued to rise, placing a strain on healthcare services and social welfare systems. As the world's longest living population, Japan faced the task of maintaining its societal stability while ensuring that the elderly population could age with dignity and access to care. While Japan's technological advances helped mitigate some of the strain, the broader challenge of creating a sustainable and equitable future for all citizens remained a central theme of national discourse. Japan continued to rely on its strong social infrastructure, prioritizing the development of affordable housing, healthcare, and pension schemes, while seeking solutions to its shrinking workforce. By the close of the 2030s, Japan had emerged as a global power in a world defined by rapid change. Its blend of cultural influence, technological innovation, and commitment to peace had allowed it to redefine its role on the world stage. Japan had built a reputation as a nation that not only led in technology but also in sustainability, global cooperation, and the promotion of human dignity. The echoes of its imperial past had faded, replaced by a new identity, one that was rooted in peace, progress, and global responsibility. In the New World Order, Japan stood not only as a technological giant but as a beacon of hope, advocating for a future that balanced human progress with environmental sustainability. A future where cooperation triumphed over conflict. Its quiet power was felt not through military force, but through the influence of ideas, technologies, and the pursuit of global peace. And as Japan looked ahead, its journey continued, one that would define the global landscape for generations to come. As the 2040s dawned, Japan faced a landscape marked by both extraordinary opportunity and unprecedented challenges. The years of Japan's steady rise had positioned it as a key global player in the 21st century. However, it was clear that with its leadership came an increasing set of complex issues, both internal and external. The quiet, resilient strength that had propelled Japan forward was now being tested by the world's most pressing concerns: a changing global order, environmental collapse, and the rise of new superpowers that threatened to reshape the balance of power. Japan's aging population had reached a crisis point by the early 2040s. While its elderly citizens were revered for their wisdom and contributions to society, the societal and economic burdens they placed on Japan's healthcare system were beginning to strain the country's resources. By 2045, Japan's elderly population, over 30% of its total population, was one of the highest in the world. The working-age population had dwindled, and there was growing concern about the nation's ability to sustain its economic prosperity without an adequate labor force. The government had implemented advanced robotics and artificial intelligence (AI) solutions to combat the demographic crisis. Automation helped take care of critical jobs in manufacturing and even healthcare, where robot-assisted care became a common sight. Yet, despite technological innovations, the emotional and social aspects of caregiving could not be easily replicated by machines. The societal shift required to care for a rapidly aging population became more apparent as the need for human connection and care became essential in these increasingly mechanized environments. Japan's government began to focus on building a multigenerational society, a concept that encouraged citizens of all ages to work together. This was part of a broader policy to tackle the labor shortage. The government's approach centered on making the workplace more inclusive, offering incentives to families to have more children, and fostering more participation from immigrants. Yet, these steps proved controversial. There was resistance to the idea of immigration, and in many ways, Japan was reluctant to open its borders due to concerns over maintaining the nation's cultural identity. The issue became a point of deep national debate. Could Japan's traditional homogeneity survive in the face of inevitable global integration? At the same time, Japan's economic growth, which had been largely driven by high-tech industries, began to face fierce competition from China, which had grown into a technological juggernaut by the 2040s. The Chinese economy, now the largest in the world, threatened Japan's dominance in key industries such as semiconductors, electronics, and telecommunications. While Japan remained a leader in certain sectors, particularly automobiles and robotics, it was no longer the unquestioned technological giant that it had once been. This had profound effects on Japan's self-perception and its standing in the international economic order. No longer could Japan coast on its historical legacy as the birthplace of modern technology. It had to fight tooth and nail to maintain its edge. To counter this, Japan turned to collaboration over competition. Recognizing the power of collective strength in the globalized economy, Japan began to foster partnerships with smaller nations, particularly those in the Indo-Pacific region. Through initiatives like the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, Japan worked to create a bloc of like-minded nations committed to shared economic and trade interests. Japan's role as the bridge between the Western powers and the Asian continent became ever more critical in the geopolitics of the region. But Japan's biggest challenge came not from its external economic competitors but from the environmental crisis that continued to accelerate. The issue of climate change had reached a critical juncture by the 2040s, with the entire world facing increasingly severe natural disasters, and Japan was no exception. Super typhoons, flooding, and earthquakes, all of which had historically been a threat to Japan's infrastructure, were now worsened by global warming. In addition to this, Japan's coastal regions were threatened by rising sea levels, which put its major cities at risk. Japan had long been a world leader in disaster preparedness, with its advanced technology and resilient infrastructure. But even Japan's robust systems were being pushed to their limits. The government, along with corporate partners, had made significant investments in renewable energy and sustainable practices. By 2045, Japan was one of the leading producers of clean energy, with solar farms, wind turbines, and hydroelectric plants dotting the landscape. However, the scale of environmental damage was too vast for even Japan's technological prowess to remedy on its own. In an effort to address the dual challenges of the environmental crisis and its aging population, Japan began to lead the call for a global climate alliance. Spearheaded by Japan, The initiative sought to establish comprehensive and enforceable global climate agreements, aiming not only to reduce carbon emissions but also to develop technology to restore ecosystems and develop carbon capture solutions. Japan's leadership in this new world order was predicated on the idea of shared responsibility. The message was clear: every country, big or small, had to contribute to the battle against climate change. At home, Japan faced growing public discontent over the perception that the government had prioritized technology over human well-being. Despite Japan's progress in technological innovation, it still grappled with inequality and the emotional toll of the digital divide. While many had benefited from the rise of AI and robotics, a significant portion of the population felt disconnected from the rapid changes taking place. Some of Japan's older citizens, particularly those living in rural areas, had not been able to take advantage of the advances in technology. This gap was further amplified by the fact that many younger Japanese citizens felt increasing pressure to excel in an ultra-competitive society. The expectations on the youth were high, yet many were leaving Japan to seek opportunities abroad, driven by dissatisfaction with what they perceived as a stifling culture. This led to growing calls for social reform within Japan. Protests and activism began to increase in intensity, especially from the younger generation. They demanded greater focus on mental health, work-life balance, and a reimagining of Japan's role in the global world order. Young Japanese began to question the work-centric culture that had defined the country for decades, advocating for more humane working conditions and the integration of creativity and individualism in the national dialogue. In this tense political and social climate, Japan's political leaders understood the necessity of adapting to the times. The government began a series of reforms to promote mental health awareness and labor rights, while simultaneously striving to ensure that Japan's growing technological capacities could work in harmony with its people's well-being. These reforms signaled that Japan was ready to not only tackle its environmental challenges but also reinvent its social fabric to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. In the larger geopolitical context, Japan faced shifting alliances. Its historic alliance with the United States continued to provide a counterbalance against the growing influence of China and other rising powers. Yet, Japan was also careful not to antagonize its neighbors, particularly China, which had its own complicated relationship with Japan's economic and military power. As Japan navigated these relationships, it used diplomacy as a key tool, engaging in high-level dialogues, trade negotiations, and security agreements. Japan's role in multilateral forums, whether in the United Nations, the G20, or the Indo-Pacific Cooperation Agreements, remained integral to ensuring that the country maintained influence without resorting to military force. Japan's challenge in the mid-21st century was balancing its technological brilliance, cultural influence, and political stability in a world that was no longer defined by clear national borders but by interconnectedness and interdependence. In this rapidly evolving world, Japan's leadership would depend not on the strength of its military or the depth of its economy alone, but on its ability to inspire global cooperation and sustainability, a leadership that would lead by example, embodying resilience, adaptability, and the ability to rise above challenges. By the year 2050, Japan found itself standing at a pivotal crossroads in its history. The world had evolved, and so too had Japan. The technological marvels and industrial prowess that had once been the hallmark of Japan's rise were now woven into the fabric of the modern world. However, Japan faced a critical dilemma: how to navigate a turbulent geopolitical landscape that was rapidly shifting beneath its feet. In the midst of this transformation, Japan's long-standing values of peace, harmony, and mutual respect were tested in ways never before experienced. At the heart of this dilemma lay Japan's evolving role on the global stage. The national consciousness that had once been primarily concerned with internal peace and economic prosperity now had to contend with the wider ramifications of its foreign policy. With its technological advancements, economic might, and strategic alliances, Japan had become one of the most influential players in the Indo-Pacific region. But it was not without its challenges, as new geopolitical tensions emerged between global powers. The United States, while still an important ally, was growing more unpredictable in its approach to international relations, focusing increasingly on domestic priorities and less on traditional alliances. In the face of this growing uncertainty, Japan was forced to recalibrate its foreign policy. For decades, Japan had been bound by the constraints of its post-war constitution, which limited its military capabilities and prohibited acts of war. However, as the threats to global stability became more pronounced, these restrictions began to feel like shackles rather than safeguards. Japan's growing sense of vulnerability was compounded by the rise of China as a global superpower. The Chinese Communist Party had used its economic clout to extend its influence, not only in the Indo-Pacific but across Africa, Europe, and the Americas. By the 2050s, China's One Belt, One Road initiative had succeeded in strengthening its geopolitical dominance, creating a network of economic dependencies that spanned the globe. For Japan, this was a stark reminder of its geographical proximity to China and the potential threat it posed. In an effort to ensure its continued security, Japan began taking a more proactive stance on the world stage. The government under Prime Minister Yamamoto Yuki launched a comprehensive diplomatic campaign aimed at strengthening Japan's alliances and partnerships across the globe. Japan's leaders understood that they needed to play a delicate balancing act between maintaining their traditional pacifism and asserting their role as a global security player. Japan's Self-Defense Forces, SDF, had long been considered a symbol of Japan's post-war commitment to peace. Yet, in recent years, Japan's defense strategy had evolved in response to the growing geopolitical threats. The SDF had increased its readiness and modernized its military capabilities, particularly in cybersecurity, space defense, and artificial intelligence. Japan's Pacific Defense Initiative, established in 2052, aimed to counter the growing military presence of China in the region, particularly in contested areas like the South China Sea and the East China Sea. Japan also began to invest in its defensive capabilities with the development of more advanced missile defense systems and naval fleets. Simultaneously, Japan sought to reduce tensions through diplomacy, preferring to engage in dialogue and negotiations rather than escalation. As part of its new approach, Japan proposed a security pact with India, which had also become increasingly concerned about China's growing power. The Japan-India Strategic Partnership sought to create a united front against Chinese expansionism while promoting mutual interests in economic development, technological innovation, and military collaboration. At the same time, Japan initiated efforts to engage with Southeast Asian nations, who were likewise navigating the complex geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific. By 2055, Japan had become a key member of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPF, a multilateral trade and security initiative designed to counterbalance China's dominance in the region. Japan's commitment to free and open trade, environmental sustainability, and human rights was central to its diplomatic outreach. However, Japan's role as a mediator and facilitator of peace was often put to the test. As Japan deepened its engagement in global security, it also began to face internal political struggles. The debate over militarization and national identity became more pronounced as hardliners within the government pushed for an overhaul of Japan's pacifist constitution. They argued that Japan's security concerns required a more robust military presence, and that the restrictions placed on Japan's ability to engage in collective defense were outdated in a changing world. On the other hand, Japan's peace movement, a coalition of citizens, activists, and politicians, vehemently opposed these moves, fearing that any change to Japan's pacifist stance would result in the militarization of the country and undermine its standing as a moral authority on the global stage. The memory of World War II, and Japan's role in the devastation it caused, continued to shape its national psyche. The idea of a rearmed Japan was deeply contentious, and it was clear that any attempt to revise Japan's constitution would require careful deliberation and compromise. As the international community witnessed Japan's internal debate over its military future, the government tried to balance the need for military readiness with its commitment to peace. It advocated for peaceful diplomacy, urging the United Nations to play a more active role in ensuring global security. Japan championed arms control agreements and promoted the idea of global disarmament, despite its own growing defense capabilities. Internally, Japan was also dealing with the complexities of its rapidly aging society. The political elite, aware of the strain on the social welfare system, continued efforts to provide solutions for the aging population, encouraging greater engagement from younger generations in public affairs. However, this was met with resistance, as younger Japanese citizens often felt disillusioned by the pressures of the work culture, which they viewed as stifling their potential for creativity and innovation. The youth movement, which had grown in prominence since the early 2040s, demanded social reforms that would allow for a better balance between work and life. The most significant shift came in 2055, when Japan announced its intention to take the lead in climate diplomacy. Having realized that the geopolitical stability of the future would be inseparable from environmental sustainability, Japan used its technological expertise and financial power to spearhead the Global Climate and Security Summit in Tokyo. This summit brought together world leaders, not only from the G7 and Indo-Pacific nations, but also from the Global South, in a concerted effort to confront climate change as a shared security threat. By the year 2060, Japan had reached a level of technological and industrial sophistication that made it one of the leading global powers. The world's economy, environment, and military capabilities were being shaped by technological innovation, and Japan was right at the center of it all. The quiet island nation, once seen as a pacifist outpost, was now a beacon of technological achievement. It was a society defined by its advancements in robotics, artificial intelligence, AI, renewable energy, and space exploration. Yet, as Japan rose to these technological heights, it was faced with deep moral, ethical, and existential questions that threatened to destabilize its position in the world. Japan's technological revolution had begun decades earlier, with the adoption of AI and robotics into every facet of daily life. By 2060, Japan had become a global leader in automation, boasting a highly efficient, AI-driven society. In fact, Japan had seamlessly integrated robots into everything from manufacturing to healthcare, revolutionizing how its citizens lived and worked. With a population now over 40% over the age of 65, Japan relied heavily on robotic caregivers and AI-assisted medical services. The elder care industry had become one of the largest sectors in the nation's economy, with robots handling everything from basic medical procedures to companionship. Japan's rise in AI and quantum computing made it a formidable force in the digital economy. The country's technology giants had created innovations that surpassed those of Silicon Valley and other global competitors. The country's semiconductor industry was vital to the world's digital infrastructure, powering the most advanced technologies in industries like automobiles, telecommunications, and defense systems. Japan's Kyoto Robotics Corporation had developed autonomous AI soldiers, changing the face of warfare. These AI-driven military systems operated with near-perfect precision, reducing human casualties in combat but also raising uncomfortable ethical questions about the future of warfare. For Japan, this was both a source of immense pride and an existential crisis. While the government hailed these developments as crucial to the nation's defense and economic standing, public opinion was divided. The advancements in military AI and autonomous weapons systems sparked debate over the future of ethical warfare. Was Japan, a nation historically committed to peace, at risk of compromising its moral authority by engaging in cutting-edge defense technologies that could alter the balance of global power? The question of AI ethics became a hotly contested issue. Many within Japan, particularly among the younger generations, argued that the state's increasing reliance on robotics and artificial intelligence threatened to undermine the fundamental values of human dignity and social connection. Although Japan's use of robots in everyday life was seen as a solution to the aging population, it also led to a decline in the interpersonal connections that had long defined the society. The lines between human labor and machine work began to blur, raising concerns over job displacement, mental health, and social alienation. Many in Japan feared that a society increasingly dominated by AI could lose its essence, becoming sterile and devoid of genuine human interaction. In the realm of military technology, Japan's reliance on autonomous drones and AI weaponry created another area of conflict. With increasing regional tensions, especially in the Indo-Pacific, Japan's development of AI-driven military strategies placed it at odds with its neighbors, particularly China and North Korea. These nations were wary of Japan's growing military capabilities, fearing that Japan's rapid technological progress in AI could disrupt the delicate balance of power in the region. Japan had long adhered to a policy of self-defense, but the advent of AI warfare opened the door to a new kind of military engagement that could, some feared, dangerously escalate conflicts. International observers were also torn. On one hand, Japan's innovative AI-based systems and robotic soldiers were seen as a counterbalance to China's growing military and technological influence. On the other hand, Japan's increasing reliance on AI and military robotics raised questions about global security. Would AI, if used recklessly in combat, become a tool for aggressive expansion, leading to wider wars and international instability? Despite these concerns, Japan's technological boom continued unabated. Robotic agriculture had revolutionized food production, allowing the country to achieve self-sufficiency in a world increasingly threatened by climate change. AI was employed to manage farming systems that could adapt to changing climates, optimize water use, and create more sustainable agricultural practices. Japan became the first nation to achieve 100% renewable energy production, utilizing its vast network of solar, wind, and ocean energy resources to power cities and industries. It was a model of environmental sustainability, but it too came with its own ethical dilemmas. The vast energy demands of these technologies often led to tensions over the balance between growth and conservation, with environmentalists warning against the overexploitation of natural resources for technological development. Space exploration was another area where Japan demonstrated its extraordinary technological prowess. By 2060, Japan had successfully established a permanent lunar base and was a key player in the space economy, developing cutting-edge technologies to harvest resources from the moon and asteroids. The country's space agency, JAXA, worked in close cooperation with private sector giants, creating a commercial space industry that was redefining the future of humanity's exploration of the cosmos. While Japan's technological and scientific achievements in space were lauded, they raised questions about space militarization. Could Japan's involvement in space exploration lead to weaponization of space? Japan's advanced missile defense systems had already set a precedent for the use of military technology in space, and the growing international interest in space resources led to concerns that a new form of arms race was unfolding in the void above Earth. As Japan's technological advancements continued to reshape the future, the government found itself at the center of a global debate over AI governance and digital sovereignty. The growing importance of data privacy and cybersecurity was a significant concern for both Japan and its global allies. The country began advocating for an international framework for regulating artificial intelligence, ensuring that AI-driven technologies would be used ethically and responsibly. Japan played a central role in the establishment of the Global AI Ethics Council in 2058, a multilateral effort to create guidelines for the responsible development of AI technologies, particularly in sensitive areas such as military use, healthcare, and privacy. Despite its immense technological power, Japan's society remained divided over the cost of this transformation. Many of its citizens felt disconnected from the rapid changes taking place, unable to keep pace with the speed of technological progress. While Japan's economic elites celebrated the triumphs of automation, AI-driven innovation, and space exploration, many working-class and rural citizens felt left behind. The introduction of robots and AI assistants into their lives was a reminder that they were increasingly at the mercy of technologies that were beyond their control. By the 2060s, Japan was no longer just a technological powerhouse, it was a philosophical and ethical laboratory for the world's future. The country's struggle to balance innovation with the preservation of human values would determine not only the trajectory of Japan's own future, but also the fate of global civilization. Would Japan's technological triumphs ultimately lead to a more prosperous and harmonious world, or would they create new forms of inequality, isolation, and moral crisis? Only time would tell if Japan's greatest invention, its unparalleled technological genius, could be matched by its wisdom in wielding that power for the greater good of humanity. By the year 2080, Japan's unparalleled technological empire was beginning to show the cracks of its own success. What had once been a beacon of innovation, prosperity, and hope for the future of humanity was now grappling with a complex set of crises: moral, social, environmental, and existential. The very technologies that had fueled Japan's rise to global prominence were now causing significant internal and external instability. The nation's over-reliance on artificial intelligence, robotics, and automated systems had led to a dystopian society that was no longer sustainable. The first signs of decline appeared in the early 2070s when Japan's population growth stagnated. The aging population continued to increase, but with technological automation filling most of the workforce, fewer young people felt motivated to have families or engage in traditional careers. Despite the country's robust robotic caregiving and AI healthcare systems, there was a growing sense of disillusionment among the youth. Many felt disconnected from their heritage and culture, replaced by the allure of technological escapism. The digital metaverse and virtual realities became far more appealing to the younger generations than the real world. The rise of AI companions as substitutes for human relationships and the decline of face-to-face interactions led to a breakdown of familial and social structures. This growing social alienation was felt across every sector of Japanese society. The education system, once revered as one of the most efficient and innovative in the world, began to deteriorate under the weight of automation. With AI tutors and robots teaching and grading, the traditional methods of interaction and intellectual exchange were all but erased. The vital aspects of human creativity, curiosity, and critical thinking that had driven Japan's technological advancements were now being stifled by a rote system powered by machines. Students graduated from schools equipped with cutting-edge knowledge, but they lacked the emotional intelligence and problem-solving skills needed to address the challenges of a rapidly changing world. Meanwhile, the very technologies that had propelled Japan to the forefront of the global stage, AI military systems, autonomous weapons, and robotic soldiers, were becoming a double-edged sword. While these systems were initially celebrated for their precision and efficiency, they now presented grave risks. The autonomous drones and AI soldiers used by Japan's military began malfunctioning, making independent decisions that violated Japan's long-standing pacifist constitution. With the increasing militarization of space, Japan's competitors, particularly China and Russia, began to see the rise of AI-driven warfare as a serious threat. The world watched as Japan became entangled in a series of cyberattacks and counterattacks, culminating in a global digital arms race. Internally, Japan's government struggled to maintain control over the burgeoning AI revolution. The AI Ethics Council, which Japan had helped establish in the 2050s, now seemed like a distant memory. In the face of mounting public pressure and widespread discontent, the government found itself increasingly at odds with the corporations that had pioneered the technological boom. The country's AI corporations were more powerful than ever, their influence reaching into every corner of Japanese life. These corporations, driven by profits and power, had become the new aristocracy, with few checks or balances on their actions. As public faith in the government's ability to regulate its own creations evaporated, so too did Japan's international standing. The very technological marvels that had made Japan a symbol of progress were now seen as dangerous and unpredictable. The autonomous military technologies developed by Japan, once hailed as peacekeeping tools, were now perceived as potential threats to global security. Japan's former allies grew wary, and its neighbors in Asia became increasingly distrustful of the country's intentions. The economic landscape of Japan also began to unravel. With the rise of AI-driven automation, Japan's labor force had drastically shrunk, causing a ripple effect through every industry. The service industry was dominated by robots, while the manufacturing sector was controlled by algorithms and machines. Traditional industries like agriculture, fishing, and textiles, which had once formed the backbone of Japan's economy, were now in steep decline. While Japan's cities were still gleaming symbols of technological prowess, vast stretches of rural areas were left abandoned, victims of automation's relentless advance. Japan's energy infrastructure, once the envy of the world, was also beginning to buckle under the weight of its own ambition. Renewable energy systems, while environmentally friendly, were failing to meet the ever-growing demands of the country's digital economy. The country's over-reliance on solar, wind, and ocean energy had created an energy crisis that left entire regions without power during peak hours. In response, the government began building vast nuclear fusion plants to supply the country's increasing energy needs. However, these facilities came with their own set of dangers, especially in the wake of an environmental disaster caused by a climate-induced tsunami in 2075 that devastated parts of Japan's coastal regions. The political landscape in Japan had also grown increasingly unstable. The government, once a symbol of unity and innovation, was now fractured, with factions supporting different technological ideologies. There were those who believed that Japan should retreat from the technological frontier, scaling back its AI-driven military and robotic industries in favor of returning to a simpler, more human-centered society. On the other side, there were powerful corporate lobbies pushing for more technology, more automation, and more control. The divide between tech elites and the general populace deepened, leading to a growing sense of social unrest. In 2080, the country's failure to regulate its technological ambitions came to a head when Japan experienced its first nationwide uprising. The public, fed up with the increasing dominance of corporate AI, took to the streets, demanding greater control over the future of the country. Protesters called for the dismantling of robotic labor systems, the reduction of military AI forces, and the re-establishment of democratic governance. The government's inability to respond effectively to the demands of the people led to widespread chaos. What followed was a brutal period of social, political, and economic collapse. Japan's once flourishing economy stagnated, with automation having replaced much of the traditional workforce. Unemployment soared, and unemployment benefits were inadequate, as the machines had replaced the need for most human labor. Technological unemployment spread through the working class like wildfire, while the wealthy elite, those who controlled the massive AI corporations, thrived. In the aftermath of the fall, Japan's role as a global power was significantly diminished. Once hailed as a model of technological progress and achievement, the nation now struggled to regain its footing. The collapse of Japan's technological empire was not marked by military defeat or foreign invasion, but rather by a moral crisis, a society that had pushed innovation to its limits, only to be consumed by it. The question on everyone's minds was whether Japan could rebuild from the ashes of its technological hubris, or whether its collapse marked the end of an era of unrestrained innovation. The downfall of Japan was a sobering lesson to the world. Even the most advanced and prosperous empires are not immune to the consequences of their own creations. In the end, Japan's rise and fall would be remembered not just as a tale of technological brilliance, but as a stark warning of the dangers of unchecked progress. The year was 2085, and Japan was a nation on the edge of a precipice. It had come to a point where the once proud technological empire, which had risen to global supremacy through its relentless innovation, was now teetering on the brink of complete collapse. The uprising of 2080 had torn the country apart, both physically and ideologically. Yet, in the aftermath of its downfall, a glimmer of hope remained. Japan's struggle to rebuild from the ruins of its own ambition was about to begin, though the path ahead was fraught with obstacles. The nation would face a reckoning, not just with its own technological advances, but with the values and philosophies that had guided it for so long. In the years following the chaos of the uprising, Japan's government had been forced to reassert control over a fractured and disillusioned populace. The corporations that had once ruled Japan's technological landscape, now severely weakened by the collapse, found themselves under the scrutiny of new reforms. Japan's new leadership, a coalition of former activists, philosophers, and academics, called for a rebirth of Japan, a campaign to reshape the nation's identity and bring it back to the human-centered values that had once been so central to its culture. The first step in this process was to dismantle the very technologies that had caused Japan's fall. The AI military systems, once considered vital to the nation's defense, were shut down in a public ceremony that sent ripples of shock through the global community. Japan had long been a military power, but its embrace of autonomous warfare and AI-driven drones had begun to turn the world against it. To restore Japan's international reputation, the government decided to disarm, dismantling its entire AI military infrastructure and seeking to reassert its status as a nation of peace. But the process was not easy. The corporations that had built and maintained these systems were reluctant to give up their lucrative contracts, and the influence of the military-industrial complex in Japan remained powerful, despite the public outrage against its role in the country's downfall. In Tokyo, the political struggle was as intense as it had ever been. The former tech elites, who had once wielded enormous power through their control of Japan's technological industries, now faced a growing backlash from the public. These elites had been complicit in building a surveillance state, where citizens were constantly monitored by AI systems. The government, now operating under the pressure of reform, launched an effort to dismantle the digital surveillance systems that had permeated every aspect of Japanese life. The AI-powered cameras, sensors, and data collectors were removed, with a promise to return Japan's privacy and autonomy to its people. However, this was met with resistance. Corporate interests fought hard to maintain their grip on the data economy, and the digital infrastructure that had once been a source of national pride now became a symbol of the state's overreach. In the heart of Tokyo, at the newly constructed National Institute for Ethical Technology, a group of reformers and thought leaders gathered. They were tasked with creating a new national framework for AI ethics, one that emphasized humanity's control over technology rather than vice versa. The institute was a think tank that aimed to develop a sustainable relationship between humans and machines, one that would not jeopardize the social fabric. The group's most notable figure was Rika Takahashi, a prominent philosopher and ethics expert, who had long spoken out against the dangers of unchecked technological progress. She believed that Japan's downfall was not merely the result of technological failure but a failure to recognize the human cost of rapid innovation. Technology is not inherently good or bad, Takahashi often said. It is a reflection of the values we choose to imbue it with. Japan's mistake was assuming that progress alone would lead us to a better future. What we've learned now is that we must embrace a vision of technology for humanity, one that serves the needs of society, not the other way around. Takahashi's voice was one of many in a nationwide recovery movement that had begun to take hold in the aftermath of Japan's fall. The people of Japan, having suffered the consequences of unchecked technological growth, now demanded more balance, accountability, and transparency in the development of new technologies. The days of building monumental systems without regard for their social impact were over. The government, in partnership with civil society groups, worked tirelessly to create new policies that emphasized social equity, environmental sustainability, and human-centered innovation. The hope was that Japan could return to a path of responsible growth, where technology worked in harmony with humanity's broader goals. Meanwhile, Japan's economic recovery was no easy feat with the country's dependence on automation. Many jobs had been wiped out, and the unemployment rate remained high. The government introduced sweeping reforms to the labor market, including the Universal Basic Income (UBI) program, which was designed to support citizens in the absence of traditional employment. It was a bold experiment, one that sought to ensure the survival of Japanese society despite the loss of many human jobs to machines. But the rollout of UBI was not without its critics. The wealth gap between the wealthy elites and the working class had grown to an unsustainable level, and critics argued that UBI was little more than a stopgap solution, not a true remedy to the economic injustice that had taken root in the country. In the rural areas, where automation had decimated traditional industries like farming, fishing, and craftsmanship, the government worked to reintroduce local self-sufficiency. Communities were encouraged to return to traditional, sustainable ways of life, reconnecting with the land and reviving ancient practices that had long been overshadowed by technological advancement. The return to these older methods of production was not seen as a retreat into the past, but as a necessary step to reconnect with the values of the earth and the natural world, values that had been sidelined in Japan's race for technological supremacy. At the same time, Japan's environmental movement was gaining momentum. The country, which had long been a pioneer in renewable energy, began focusing on truly sustainable development that emphasized circular economies, green technologies, and ecological restoration. Environmental activists worked alongside government officials and private corporations to develop new green technologies that could heal the environmental damage caused by overconsumption and the unregulated use of energy. This also meant revisiting Japan's previously controversial nuclear energy policies, as the nation sought to balance its energy needs with environmental protection. The government's decision to reinvest in fusion energy sparked a renewed debate over energy independence, but this time the conversation was framed by ethical considerations, not just the pursuit of progress. In this rebuilding phase, Japan was also becoming increasingly aware of the importance of international collaboration. It had learned a hard lesson: global progress could not be achieved in isolation. The country sought to rebuild its reputation on the world stage, not through military might or technological superiority, but by leading efforts in human rights, ethical technology development, and global peace. Japan re-established its role as a mediator in international conflicts, advocating for treaties on AI ethics, cybersecurity, and climate change. It participated in multilateral organizations, working to create a new global order in which technology was used not to dominate, but to elevate humanity as a whole. Yet, despite all the progress, the scars of Japan's fall were deep. The people remained divided, unsure of what the future would hold. Could they rebuild a nation based on the values of cooperation, respect for the individual, and sustainable progress? Or was Japan forever marked by its reckless rush toward technological supremacy? The road ahead would not be easy, but for the first time in decades, there was a sense that the nation had found a way to reclaim its soul, a soul that had been overshadowed by machines and algorithms. The rebirth of Japan was not a return to the past, but a step toward a future where human dignity, connection, and responsibility took precedence over blind technological advancement. Whether Japan could rise from its ashes and transform its lessons into lasting change was uncertain. But the journey toward that transformation had begun. It was the year 2090, a decade after the collapse that had shaken Japan to its core. The nation had been irreversibly altered by its relentless pursuit of technological advancement and military dominance. The fall of the Japanese Empire had not just been a political and economic failure, but a profound existential crisis. The last remnants of the old regime had been swept away in a flood of protests and revolutionary fervor. Yet, the true test of Japan's future was not just about overcoming the wreckage of its past, but about finding its place in a world that had moved on without it. Japan's final reckoning had arrived, and its people, once proud and unyielding, stood on the precipice of a new era, a rebirth, or a final demise. The government, led by a coalition of reformers, environmentalists, and philosophers, had struggled to undo the damage wrought by decades of unchecked technological growth. Rika Takahashi, once an influential critic of the country's blind faith in technology, had become the voice of this new wave of reform. As the leader of the Rebirth of Japan movement, she had helped to guide the country back toward the human-centered principles that had originally defined its culture. Yet, despite these efforts, the weight of Japan's past continued to cast a long shadow over its future. The economic collapse of the late 2080s had created a new set of challenges. Despite the initial hope of universal basic income (UBI), the widening gap between the rich and poor had only deepened. The former elites, who had once controlled the nation's vast technological empire, were now part of a new, more insidious class of corporate oligarchs. Their wealth and influence had allowed them to maintain control over key industries, even after the disbanding of Japan's military AI forces and the widespread dismantling of surveillance systems. The government had found it difficult to fully restore balance, as the corporate titans who once operated above the law still found ways to manipulate the system to their advantage. Rika stood at the front of a government building in Tokyo, overlooking a sea of protesters gathered in the streets. There were signs calling for greater accountability, demands for corporate responsibility, and pleas for a return to the true Japanese spirit of unity and respect for nature. Farmers, workers, and activists from all over Japan had come to demonstrate, their collective voice echoing across the streets of the capital. Among them were young people, who had grown up under the shadow of the nation's collapse and felt the weight of the decisions made by their predecessors. The air was thick with tension. Despite the government's efforts to dismantle the old systems of control, there were still those who believed that Japan's technological supremacy, its AI-driven systems, robotic industries, and cybernetic advancements, could restore its former glory. These voices, often from the private sector, were loud and persistent. Their arguments centered on the idea that Japan's future could only be secured through the mastery of technology. They believed that by harnessing the latest innovations in artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and quantum computing, Japan could reassert itself as a global power. But this vision of the future was at odds with the principles of the reformist government, which sought to rebuild Japan from the ground up, focusing on sustainable development, social equity, and human-centered progress. The global community watched with a mixture of skepticism and concern as Japan attempted to chart its course. For decades, Japan had been the model of technological innovation and economic power. But the great fall of the Japanese Empire had left the world wary. Could Japan truly reinvent itself, or was it doomed to repeat the mistakes of its past? In the hallways of government offices, heated debates raged. Politicians argued over how best to proceed with Japan's economic recovery, while scientists and engineers wrestled with the ethical implications of pushing the boundaries of technology too far. Some advocated for a complete ban on the use of advanced artificial intelligence, citing the role it had played in the nation's downfall. Others, more cautious, called for strict regulations to ensure that any future innovations would be aligned with humanistic values and sustainable progress. At the heart of these deliberations was a bitter truth. Japan had spent decades building a technological empire that was increasingly disconnected from its own people. The rapid urbanization of Japan's cities had created vast social divides, while automation and robotics had displaced millions of workers. The country had forgotten what it meant to live in harmony with nature, with each other, and with the human condition. Japan's historical Shinto and Buddhist philosophies, which had once stressed balance, respect for nature, and a deep connection to the earth, had been replaced by an almost fanatical belief in progress at any cost. The nation's soul had been lost, buried beneath a mountain of silicon chips, drones, and cybernetic enhancements. Rika Takahashi, who had once been a critic of the government's policies, had now become its most vocal advocate for change. Standing before the crowds, she addressed the nation. "The road ahead is not an easy one," she said, her voice echoing through the streets of Tokyo. "We have lived through the consequences of our unchecked ambition. We have seen what happens when we put technology above humanity, when we let machines dictate the future of our society. But today, we stand at a crossroads. We have a choice before us. Do we continue down the path of destruction, or do we rebuild Japan, not as a technological empire, but as a nation of people who live with purpose, who respect one another, and who care for the earth that sustains us?" Her words were met with a roar of applause, a collective release of frustration, hope, and despair. For the first time in years, the people of Japan felt as though they had a voice in the future of their country. But beneath the surface, a simmering tension remained. The corporations, the elites, and the factions within the government who had once held the reins of power would not easily relinquish their grip. The struggle for Japan's future would not be settled in a single moment, but in the slow, difficult process of change. The protests, meanwhile, continued to swell in size. The government had promised reforms, but many in the streets were not convinced that they went far enough. The rebuilding of Japan was more than just a matter of technology. It was a matter of restoring human dignity, of recognizing the rights of workers, of acknowledging the need for sustainability in all aspects of life. The battle for Japan's soul was just beginning. As the sunset painted the skyline of Tokyo in shades of red and orange, Rika Takahashi looked out over the protesters. She knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, but she also knew that this was Japan's last chance at redemption. It was a final reckoning, a choice between repeating the mistakes of the past and forging a new path forward. In the end, the future of Japan would depend not on technology alone, but on its ability to rediscover the values that had once made it great, values of balance, respect, and compassion. The final judgment was not in the hands of the corporate oligarchs, the technocrats, or the military elites. It rested with the people of Japan, the survivors of the Great Collapse. They had been broken, but they were not beyond repair. The question now was whether they could come together, in the face of their past mistakes, to create a future worthy of the legacy that had been nearly lost forever. The future of Japan was yet to be written. And in the silence that followed Rika's speech, the nation held its breath, waiting to see if it could rise again. In the aftermath of the massive protests, the city of Tokyo felt different. The streets, once full of noise, now seemed eerily quiet, as if the nation itself was holding its breath, waiting for a turning point that would determine its future. The air felt heavy with the weight of a nation at a crossroads, unsure of which direction to take. Amid this uncertain silence, there were signs of a new beginning. The winds of change were blowing through the city, but the question remained, would Japan's rebirth be forged in unity or division? Rika Takahashi had returned to her office after delivering the impassioned speech that had reverberated across the country. As a former critic of the very system she now found herself trying to rebuild, the responsibility weighed heavily on her shoulders. The past year had been an overwhelming whirlwind of political upheaval, social unrest, and global scrutiny. But Rika was determined not to let the collapse of Japan's technological empire define the future. This new Japan, she believed, had to be built on a foundation of human connection, social justice, and environmental sustainability, the very principles that had been eroded by decades of unchecked progress. Yet, behind closed doors, the battle for Japan's soul was far from over. The coalition of reformers that Rika had led was struggling to hold its fragile alliance together. It wasn't just the external pressure from corporations and conservative factions. It was the internal fractures that threatened to tear the movement apart. The reformers, activists, and philosophers who had once rallied around the banner of change now found themselves divided on how to proceed. In one corner of the room, a group of environmentalists, led by Kaito Sato, argued vehemently for a radical shift away from technology. They insisted that the cybernetic systems and AI-driven infrastructure that had once been the pride of Japan were no longer viable in a world facing the consequences of climate change and overpopulation. They advocated for a return to simpler, more sustainable ways of living, less reliance on automation, more focus on agriculture, and the rebuilding of local communities. In another corner, a group of economists and technocrats, led by Taro Tanaka, argued that the only way forward was to embrace the very technologies that had caused Japan's downfall. They believed that Japan could once again become a global leader in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and genetic engineering, but this time, under strict ethical guidelines and with a focus on public welfare. Their vision was of a Japan that combined its technological prowess with a more human-centered approach, one that would empower its citizens and address issues like poverty and inequality through advanced technology. Rika sat in the center of the room, listening intently as the two factions clashed. The debate was heated, but underneath the surface, there was a deeper, more existential tension. What had gone wrong in Japan's rise to power, and how could the nation reclaim its place in the world without falling back into the same traps? Rika took a deep breath and stood up. Her voice, though calm, carried the weight of a nation's future. I understand the arguments on both sides. We cannot deny the role that technology played in our downfall, nor can we ignore the potential it holds to rebuild our society. But we must remember one thing: Japan's true strength has always come from the collective will of its people, not from the machines we build or the systems we create. We cannot afford to let technology become our master again. It must serve us, not the other way around. Her words echoed through the room, and for a moment, there was silence. The faces around her, from the staunch environmentalists to the technocrats, all looked at one another, considering her words. It's time we stop seeing ourselves as two opposing forces, Rika continued. The past cannot be undone, but we have the power to shape the future. We can combine the best of both worlds. A future where we embrace the benefits of technology while ensuring that we never lose sight of the core values that make us human: compassion, connection, and respect for the earth. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. The tension, while still palpable, began to ease. Slowly, the factions began to soften their stances, realizing that the only way forward was to find common ground. Outside the meeting room, the streets were once again filled with the voices of the people. Protesters had returned, but this time, there was a palpable sense of hope in the air. The slogans had changed. Instead of cries of anger and despair, there were chants of solidarity and change. People from all walks of life had come together to demand a new Japan, one that valued both human dignity and technological progress. The energy was palpable, and the movement had gained unprecedented momentum. In the heart of Tokyo, the Sensoji Temple stood as a reminder of Japan's ancient past. Amidst the modern skyscrapers and neon lights, the temple remained a symbol of the country's spiritual heritage, a quiet counterbalance to the frenzy of progress. As Rika walked past the temple on her way to the next meeting, she paused for a moment. The scent of incense and the sound of chanting monks filled the air. It was a moment of calm in the storm of change, a reminder that Japan's strength was not just in its technology, but in its soul. Rika had always believed that Japan's true power lay in its ability to adapt, to evolve while remaining rooted in its rich cultural heritage. Now, more than ever, she was convinced that the path forward lay in this very adaptability. Japan could rise again, but only if its people were willing to come together, not as divided factions, but as a unified force committed to building a better future for all. As the sun set over the skyline of Tokyo, casting long shadows over the city, Rika made her way to the next gathering. The path ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time in years, she felt a sense of hope. Japan was no longer defined by its past mistakes or its technological empire. It was defined by the people who had come together, united in their desire for a new beginning. The road to redemption was not easy, but it was possible. And in that moment, Rika knew that Japan's true rise had just begun. The days following the rally in Tokyo marked a turning point for Japan. The once fractured nation, torn apart by ideological battles and a collective loss of faith in its future, now had the faintest glimmer of hope. The protesters, the technocrats, the environmentalists, and the reformers had come together in the streets to demand change. In those moments, Japan had found its voice. Now it was time for the leaders of this new movement to take decisive action. In the heart of the government building, Rika Takahashi sat at a large conference table surrounded by a diverse group of officials, activists, and thinkers. Their faces were weary but determined, each of them representing a different part of the country's fractured society. Yet, as they gazed at one another, there was a shared understanding: the fate of Japan was now in their hands. The atmosphere was heavy, charged with both the weight of history and the possibility of change. For Rika, it had been a long journey from being a vocal critic of the system to becoming one of its central figures, fighting to rebuild a nation that seemed beyond redemption. As she looked around the table, she could see the same weariness in the eyes of those who sat beside her, the activists who had tirelessly marched for social justice, the philosophers who had worked to reconnect Japan with its spiritual roots, and the technocrats who still believed in the promise of technology. They were all united now, but their views on how to proceed differed greatly. Kaito Sato, a passionate environmentalist who had fought for years to curb Japan's technological dependence, stood up first. His appearance was disheveled, a sharp contrast to the carefully polished figures around him. He wore his struggle on his face, a reminder of the toll the past decade had taken on him. His message had always been clear: Japan needed to abandon the pursuit of endless technological expansion and return to a simpler, more sustainable existence. "We cannot go back," Kaito said firmly, his voice echoing in the otherwise silent room. "The damage done by decades of mindless automation, by the pursuit of dominance through technology, is beyond what we can imagine. The environmental toll alone could last for centuries. We need to focus on rebuilding Japan's agricultural base, reviving local economies, and learning to live with the land rather than exploit it. This is the only way forward for us, and for the world." His words were met with a mixture of nods and hesitant glances. Rika, who had often shared Kaito's concerns, understood his argument deeply. The nation's rapid industrialization, which had once made Japan a powerhouse, had left behind a toxic legacy. The countryside, once lush with fields and forests, had been overrun by concrete jungles. The pollution, the loss of biodiversity, and the overwhelming strain on natural resources could not be ignored. But the world was different now. Japan was no longer a solitary island nation, it was part of an interconnected global ecosystem. On the opposite side of the table, Taro Tanaka, the young technocrat, spoke up. His sleek appearance and confident demeanor were emblematic of the new breed of technologists who still believed in Japan's ability to lead the world in innovation. He was a stark contrast to Kaido, an embodiment of the technological idealism that had driven Japan to its heights, and its downfall. Abandoning technology now would be a grave mistake, Taro argued, his voice steady and commanding. Technology is not inherently bad, it's how we use it that matters. Our advancements in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and genetic engineering can solve many of the problems we face, from climate change to healthcare crises. Japan does not need to retreat from technology. It needs to regulate it, harness it for the benefit of all citizens, and create systems that are not just efficient, but ethical. Our future depends on striking the right balance. The room fell into silence again, as the two factions locked eyes, one advocating for a radical return to nature and simplicity, the other for a carefully managed continuation of technological progress. The tension between these opposing worldviews was palpable. But Rika, who had come to understand the necessity of compromise, knew that the path forward would have to incorporate elements of both perspectives. I understand both of your concerns, Rika said, her voice cutting through the silence. And I agree with both of you, in many ways. The challenge we face is not to choose one path over the other, but to find a way to merge them. Yes, we must radically transform our relationship with the environment. We need to restore our lands, renew our resources, and rethink the way we live on this planet. But that does not mean we must abandon technology altogether. We need it, but we need it with humanity at the center. The future we build must serve all of us, not just the privileged few. She paused for a moment, letting her words sink in. We have a chance, perhaps for the first time in modern history, to set the course for a truly sustainable future. But that will require the kind of cooperation we have never seen before. The farmers, the engineers, the environmentalists, and the technologists must work together, not as separate factions, but as one Japan, united by a common purpose. For the first time during the meeting, there was a flicker of agreement across the room. The tension had not fully dissipated, but the path forward, while still uncertain, was beginning to take shape. Later that evening, as Rika walked out of the meeting room, she reflected on what had transpired. The struggle to rebuild Japan was far from over. But something fundamental had shifted. The voices that had once been divided were now coming together, forced to confront the enormity of the task ahead. It was not enough to simply embrace the future. Japan had to reclaim the past as well, its cultural heritage, its spiritual identity, and its connection to the land. As she walked through the streets of Tokyo, Rika saw the city in a new light. The bright lights of the skyscrapers, the bustling crowds, the advanced infrastructure, these were all symbols of Japan's incredible achievements. But beneath the surface, the city had begun to change. People were becoming more mindful of their surroundings. The once dominant focus on consumerism and material wealth had begun to fade. The people of Japan were no longer content to chase after the next technological breakthrough for its own sake. They were starting to question what truly mattered: the quality of life, the health of the environment, and the well-being of every individual. In the distance, the Tokyo Tower stood tall against the night sky, a symbol of Japan's enduring strength. But now, the people were beginning to look toward a future where strength wasn't just measured by technological might or economic power. It was measured by resilience, compassion, and sustainability. As Rika reached her home, she paused for a moment and looked out over the skyline. The night was quiet, the city alive with the hum of progress, but in her heart, Rika knew that this moment marked something deeper. Japan was not simply rebuilding itself from the ruins of its past mistakes. It was creating a new vision for the future. And in that vision, technology would serve humanity, not the other way around. The tension between old and new, nature and machine, was not a battle to be won, it was a balance to be struck. Japan's future lay not in its capacity to control the world, but in its ability to adapt, to learn from its mistakes, and to move forward together. A new dawn was on the horizon for Japan, a dawn where the lessons of the past would guide the steps of a nation determined to rise again. As the weeks passed, the tension in Japan's government continued to build. The nation stood at a precipice, a nation in flux, struggling to define what its future would look like. Rika Takahashi, despite her position as a leader in this time of transition, couldn't help but feel the weight of the responsibility she carried on her shoulders. The walls of the Prime Minister's office felt like a prison, the echo of each decision she made reverberating across a society teetering on the edge of change. The world was watching, waiting to see what Japan's response would be to this historic moment. Inside the office, a storm of voices could be heard as members of the cabinet debated, each more impassioned than the last. From technocrats advocating for the full integration of artificial intelligence to environmentalists calling for a drastic reduction in carbon emissions and a reimagination of the nation's urban spaces, the arguments were reaching a fever pitch. The group was fractured, each faction wanting a piece of the future, unwilling to concede to the others. But there was one thing everyone could agree on: something had to be done. Japan's fate was no longer in the hands of old elites or global forces. It rested with the people, with the youth, the workers, the activists, the elders, the innovators, and the thinkers who had chosen to rise above the paralysis of the past. Rika leaned against the polished conference table, looking at the faces of the ministers around her. The ministers were, in many ways, just as fractured as the society they represented. They were tired, their faces lined with exhaustion, each one more aware than ever of the stakes involved. Among them sat Kazuo Matsumoto, the head of Japan's largest technological corporation, Kyushu Innovate, a company that had once held an unshakable grip on the nation's development. Now, his position was more tenuous than ever, as the corporation's unchecked dominance had been exposed for its role in the nation's downfall. He was a stoic figure, his sharp suit and well-groomed features a mask that betrayed little of the stress he was undoubtedly feeling. Rika had once admired his business acumen, but now, she found his presence more of a reminder of the technological excess that had led Japan to this crisis. "You are asking us to throw away everything we've built," Kazuo said, his voice carrying a cold edge. "To abandon the very technologies that gave us our power, our global influence. The world won't wait for Japan to go backward. The global economy is driven by innovation, and if we stop pushing forward, we will fall behind." His words hung in the air like a heavy cloud, and for a moment, Rika could feel the pull of that temptation, the call to return to the tech-driven future, to believe that Japan could once again lead the world through sheer technological might. But she had seen the consequences of such unchecked ambition. The environmental collapse, the social divide, the unfulfilled promises that had been made to the citizens. "I'm not asking you to abandon technology, Kazuo," Rika replied quietly, her voice steady but firm. "I'm asking you to be part of a new vision. One where technology serves the greater good, not the interests of a few. We have seen where this path of technological dominance leads us. We need to regulate, not just innovate. We need responsibility and ethics, not just the next big breakthrough." Kazuo's lips tightened, and he looked away briefly. It was clear that this new reality was something he could not entirely accept. For him, the future was a race toward progress, and the notion of limits was anathema. "We will lose everything if we don't push forward," Kazuo said quietly, almost to himself. "We'll lose our relevance, our status. Our position in the world, it will be gone." Rika's gaze softened. She knew that this was not just about technology. This was about pride, fear, and the loss of power. The Japanese empire of innovation had crumbled, and for men like Kazuo, it felt like their identity had crumbled with it. Japan's place in the world will no longer be defined by how much we can consume or how much technology we can produce. We must define ourselves by how we live, how we care for each other, how we rebuild our society on a foundation of ethics, fairness, and environmental stewardship. Across the room, Yuki Kobayashi, a young activist from the Japan Rebirth movement, spoke up. She had been at the forefront of the protests that had taken place in the past year, and her youthful enthusiasm was both a source of hope and frustration. For many, her idealism represented the future of Japan, the possibility of a fresh start. She had seen firsthand the destruction caused by the corporation-driven culture, the pollution that had choked the rivers and the exploitation that had hurt the marginalized. We're talking about rebuilding Japan, not just physically, but mentally. We need to fix the fractured relationships between people and the environment, Yuki said, her voice passionate. The land, the people, we must come together. Japan's soul has been sold for profit, and it's time to reclaim it. It's about us, not machines. We can't go on like we did before. Rika looked around the room at the ministers, trying to gauge their reaction. There was tension in the air, but also something new, hope. Could this disparate group of individuals, each carrying their own fears and dreams for Japan's future, come together to form a new collective vision? It was not going to be easy, but Rika had always believed in the power of dialogue and compromise. They had to bridge the gap between old and new, between the technology-driven forces and those who longed for a more sustainable, harmonious society. The meeting continued late into the night, with a barrage of ideas and proposals. It was clear that there would need to be a radical restructuring of Japan's political and economic systems. A commitment to universal basic income, ecological restoration, sustainable technologies, and the reinvention of the workforce would be central pillars of the new government platform. But more than that, there would need to be a radical shift in Japan's national identity, from a society that valued growth at any cost to one that embraced balance, equity, and long-term sustainability. When the meeting finally ended, Rika stepped out into the cool evening air. The city of Tokyo stretched out before her, a vast labyrinth of neon lights and towering structures. Beneath the surface, however, there was an undercurrent of change. The streets had been filled with protests, but now they were slowly filling with hope. There was no denying that Japan's future was uncertain. But one thing was clear, a new wave of leadership was emerging. Rika wasn't sure where the path ahead would lead, but she knew it would be shaped by the voices of the people, the citizens who had demanded change, who were now prepared to rebuild their nation, piece by piece. As Rika looked up at the night sky, the first stars appeared, signaling the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's history. The old empire, born of technological might and imperial ambition, had fallen. Now a new Japan was rising, a Japan that would rise not through domination, but through unity, justice, and the collective effort of all its people. And in that moment, Rika felt the spark of hope, a spark that could ignite the flames of transformation for an entire nation. The early morning light filtered through the sleek glass windows of the Prime Minister's office, casting a warm glow over the room. Rika Takahashi stood at the window, her hands clasped behind her back, looking out at the sprawling city of Tokyo below. It was a city that had seen its share of upheaval. The Japanese Empire, a once mighty force that had spanned centuries, was no more. The sprawling, neon-lit streets were now a symbol of change, an intricate web of past mistakes and potential future triumphs. In the quiet before the storm, there was an air of anticipation, a feeling that something monumental was about to unfold. Over the past few months, Rika and her team had worked tirelessly to implement policies that would reshape the very fabric of Japan's future. The nation had been shaken to its core by economic collapse, environmental degradation, and technological overload. What had once been a towering force of innovation and global dominance had crumbled under the weight of its own ambitions. But now, the question was no longer about salvaging the remnants of an old empire. It was about forging a new empire, one founded not on conquest or technological superiority, but on sustainability, equity, and compassion. The plans Rika had been formulating were bold, controversial even. They were not about restoring the old ways, but creating a new Japan that could live harmoniously with its environment and with its people. Social justice and environmental sustainability had become the bedrock of her administration's policies. It was a vision of transformation, one that would change the trajectory of the country for generations to come. Her attention shifted to the conference table, where several members of her cabinet sat, waiting. Among them was Yuki Kobayashi, the young activist-turned-advisor, whose passion for environmental justice had made her one of the most influential voices in the nation. Yuki's eyes were bright, a reflection of the hope that had driven so many of the protests that had sparked change in the nation. Her commitment to green technologies and sustainable urban planning had become a rallying cry for a new generation. "Rika, the new plan for carbon neutrality will be announced in the next few days," Yuki said, her voice laced with both excitement and nervousness. "We've had some pushback from the industrial sector, but we can't let that stop us. The people are ready for this. They've been demanding action for years. Now is the time to deliver." Rika turned away from the window and looked at Yuki with a sense of resolve. "The carbon neutrality plan is crucial. We need to make it clear that Japan is no longer going to be a part of the problem. We have to be the example, the beacon for the world to follow." Yuki nodded, but there was a flicker of concern in her eyes. "The challenge will be the corporations. Some of them control a significant portion of the economy, and they have the power to fight back. They'll see these policies as a threat to their profits." Rika sighed, walking over to the table and sitting down across from Yuki. "I know. But we can't compromise on this. The era of unchecked corporate power is over. We need a new kind of economy, one that doesn't prioritize profit over people, one that doesn't exploit our natural resources until they're depleted." Across the room, Kazuo Matsumoto, the former head of the tech corporation Kyushu Innovate, listened in silence. His company, once the epitome of Japan's technological prowess, had been at the heart of the nation's economic machine. But under Rika's leadership, he had been forced to reckon with his company's role in the destruction of the environment and the social inequalities that had plagued the nation. Kazuo had once believed that technological innovation was the answer to all of Japan's problems. But now he understood that unchecked growth came at a tremendous cost. Kyushu Innovate had contributed to the environmental disasters, pushing for expansion without considering the long-term consequences. He had seen the power of technology used irresponsibly, and now, he found himself on the other side of the debate, advocating for a more ethically driven approach to business. "I agree with both of you," Kazuo said, breaking the silence. "Japan cannot move forward without a complete overhaul of the economic system. But we must be cautious in how we approach the transformation. We need to find a balance between innovation and sustainability. Too much regulation could stifle progress, and we can't afford to be left behind in the global race." Rika nodded slowly. "Balance will be key, Kazuo. But the focus must be on people, not profits. The people who have been exploited by the old system, the workers, the farmers, the marginalized, they need to be our priority. This isn't just about economic recovery. It's about reparations for those who have been hurt by the system." The room grew quiet as the weight of Rika's words sank in. For decades, Japan had been driven by the pursuit of wealth and power. But in this new world, people and the environment would be at the forefront of national priorities. As the meeting progressed, Rika and her team finalized their plans for a nationwide social safety net, universal healthcare, and universal basic income, all part of a comprehensive framework designed to address the growing inequality in Japan. There was also a push for more democratic participation, empowering citizens to have a say in the decisions that impacted their lives. This was a far cry from the top-down, authoritarian structure that had characterized Japan's political system for centuries. By the end of the meeting, the cabinet had agreed to the outlines of a new national agenda, an agenda that would aim to put Japan on a path to environmental and social healing. The challenge was immense, but so was the potential. The news of Japan's new direction spread quickly across the globe, capturing the attention of both allies and adversaries alike. Global leaders were eager to see how Japan would navigate this transformation. Would it succeed in creating a new kind of empire? An empire not built on dominance, but on cooperation, sustainability, and justice? As Rika walked out of the meeting room, she could hear the faint sounds of the city's heartbeat, the hum of traffic, the distant chatter of people on the streets, the subtle but unmistakable energy of a nation awakening to its potential. Japan had fallen from its imperial heights, but now, in the ashes of its past, there was the possibility of a new dawn. Rika knew the road ahead would be long and fraught with obstacles. There would be resistance, both internal and external, from those who clung to the old ways. But the people of Japan had shown their power in the streets, their demand for change loud and clear. They had proven that the spirit of resilience and innovation still burned brightly in their hearts. Japan was on the cusp of something new, a rebirth that could change the course of history. As she gazed out the window once more, the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, casting a golden glow over the city. The past was gone, but the future was wide open. Japan was not the same empire it had been. It was something greater, something more profound. And Rika Takahashi was ready to lead the way. The winds of change were fierce and unforgiving. Rika Takahashi had always known that the journey to reshape Japan would be difficult, but now, as the reality of her decisions began to unfold, the true scale of the challenge was becoming apparent. The momentum of the reform movement was undeniable, but with it came resistance, formidable and entrenched forces, both internal and external, that threatened to tear apart the delicate fabric of the new Japan. In the days following the announcement of the carbon neutrality plan, and the ambitious overhaul of Japan's economic policies, the nation's political landscape had shifted. Protests had erupted across the country, with a significant portion of the population voicing their opposition to the changes. While many rallied behind Rika's vision of a fairer, more sustainable Japan, there were those who feared the loss of power, corporate giants, wealthy elites, and even military factions. They had too much to lose if the old order was dismantled. The financial sector, particularly, had been hit hard by Rika's new policies. Japan's stock market had experienced a volatile period, as investors feared the shift toward sustainability would lead to a significant reduction in corporate profits. The world's largest technology companies, once the proud pillars of Japan's economic empire, were struggling to adapt to the sweeping regulations on environmental impact and labor rights. Behind closed doors, their executives were exploring ways to counteract the reforms, using every tool at their disposal: lobbying, legal battles, and even leveraging international alliances. But Rika was unyielding. She knew that true change would not come without sacrifice. As the nation's leaders sat around the Prime Minister's office table, a sense of urgency permeated the air. The meeting was long, the room stifling with tension. Kazuo Matsumoto, the former head of Kyushu Innovate, had become an unlikely ally, but even his support was strained as the corporate giants pushed back harder than ever. "We're on the brink of a financial crisis," Kazuo said, his voice grimmer than ever. "The tech companies are going to make their move. The global economy is unstable, and if we don't tread carefully, Japan will find itself isolated. If we don't start dialing back some of these reforms, we risk alienating the international community. They won't wait for us to rebuild our economy." Rika's gaze was hard, unwavering. She had spent her entire career fighting for a world that prioritized people over profits, and she refused to let this moment slip away. "Kazuo, I understand your concerns, but we cannot return to the system that got us here. The old empire was built on unsustainable growth, exploitation, and inequality. Our country cannot go back to that path. We need to move forward with reforms, no matter how hard they seem now." Yuki Kobayashi, the young activist-turned-advisor, stood beside Rika. She had become a tireless advocate for environmental justice, and her words carried the weight of the youth movement that had sparked the protests. "The people of Japan are behind us, Rika. They want this change. They've seen the destruction the old system caused, and they want a new future. We cannot betray their trust. We must stay committed." As Yuki spoke, the door to the room opened, and a somber-faced aide stepped inside. "Prime Minister, there's a new development. A group of international investors, along with several influential corporations, are threatening to pull their investments from Japan if we proceed with the reforms." The room fell silent. The threat was serious, so serious, in fact, that the implications of such an action could destabilize Japan's fragile recovery. Global capital, already jittery after the shocks of recent months, would not hesitate to strike at the heart of Japan's economy. Rika's fists clenched. She knew this moment was coming, but it did not make the choice any easier. The stakes had never been higher. Japan's future, her vision for a fairer, more sustainable society, was on the line. She turned to her advisors, each of them looking to her for direction, for leadership. "We knew this would happen," Rika said, her voice steady but full of determination. "This is the price of progress. The old empire, the one that was built on corporate dominance and unchecked growth, no longer has a place in our world. We have no choice but to stay the course." Kazuo, who had once been a titan of the corporate world, looked conflicted. His business acumen told him that pulling back might be the only way to protect Japan from total collapse. But deep down, he knew that Rika was right. The world was changing. Japan had to change with it. He had been an architect of the old system, and now, in this new world, his role was to help rebuild it, not to save it. "I'm with you," Kazuo said quietly, almost as if admitting to himself that he was no longer part of the old guard. "I will help you navigate this, but we must be strategic. The international community cannot be ignored. They're watching us, and they will not hesitate to pull the rug out from under us if they see vulnerability." Rika nodded. "Then we'll take that vulnerability and turn it into our strength. We will show the world that Japan is capable of leadership in sustainability, in social justice, and in economic transformation. We will prove that we can build a new economy, one that doesn't depend on exploitation." The meeting continued late into the night as the cabinet debated next steps. It was clear that the road ahead would not be easy. Japan's place in the global order was at risk, but Rika believed in the power of the people, the workers, the farmers, the youth, the activists, to create a future that was not only economically viable, but also morally just. Days later, Japan's fate would be decided at the International Summit on Climate Change in New York. Rika was to meet with the world's leaders, both allies and adversaries, to make Japan's case for its radical transformation. The pressure was immense, but Rika knew that this was the turning point. The decisions made at this summit would either solidify Japan's new path or see it fall back into the old ways of exploitation. As Rika prepared for the summit, she couldn't help but reflect on the weight of what was at stake. Her country was on the brink of a new era. But with every victory came a new challenge, and Japan's rise from the ashes of its former empire would require sacrifices and resilience. Looking out over the skyline of Tokyo, Rika felt a renewed sense of resolve. She had always known that leading a nation through such change would not be easy, but now, more than ever, she was determined to see it through. Japan would either rise or fall based on the choices they made in the coming weeks, and Rika would not let this opportunity slip through her fingers. With the weight of history on her shoulders, Rika turned away from the window and began to prepare for the greatest test of her leadership yet. The storm was gathering, and Japan's future would be shaped by the courage to confront its past and embrace the unknown. The lights of the United Nations headquarters in New York gleamed brightly against the night sky. Delegates from all over the world were assembling for one of the most pivotal international events of the decade, the International Summit on Climate Change. The stakes had never been higher. In the next few days, global leaders would convene to discuss and decide on the future of the planet's climate, and Japan's transformation under Prime Minister Rika Takahashi was about to be put to the ultimate test. Rika sat alone in her hotel suite, the city sprawling below her. She had flown in just the night before, and her mind raced with the weight of the negotiations that lay ahead. Japan, a nation that had once been an imperial powerhouse, was now trying to position itself as a leader in sustainable development. But the world, with its entrenched powers and economic interests, was skeptical. The battle Rika was facing wasn't just about climate change or economic restructuring, it was about redefining Japan's identity on the global stage. The old empire, which had been built on military conquest and corporate dominance, was gone. Japan's future depended on proving that a new path was possible, a path that didn't rely on unchecked growth and exploitation but on cooperation, equity, and sustainable progress. The world's economic giants, including the United States, China, and the European Union, would be present at the summit, and many had already expressed concerns about Japan's economic shift. The corporations, too, would be watching, hoping to see Japan backpedal on its carbon neutrality promises. If Rika was not careful, the powerful forces of the old order could easily derail the country's new direction. Her phone buzzed, snapping her back to reality. It was a message from Yuki Kobayashi, her chief advisor and ally in the environmental movement. Rika, remember why we're here. This summit is about the future. We can't afford to let them sway us. Japan's voice must be heard. The message was simple, but it reminded Rika of everything they had worked for. There was no going back. She had to remain firm, no matter the opposition. Her fingers hovered over the phone, but she put it down with a sense of finality. It was time. The conference room was filled with delegates from every corner of the world, each representing nations that were at different stages of their own climate and economic struggles. Rika, dressed in a simple but elegant blue silk suit, stood at the center of the room. She could feel the weight of the gaze upon her, but she didn't flinch. She had spent her life preparing for this moment, and she would not let it slip away. The meeting began with speeches from various heads of state. The United States President, Samuel Cooper, was the first to speak. His words, though diplomatic, were underscored with a sense of caution. The United States had long been the world's most dominant economic power, but it was facing increasing challenges from both internal and external forces. In recent years, environmental disasters had become more frequent, and the country's infrastructure was crumbling. Despite his concerns, President Cooper made it clear that the United States would support international cooperation on climate change, but only if it didn't disrupt the economic order that had served them for so long. Next was the President of the European Union, Isabelle Devereux, a woman known for her strong stance on environmental issues. She was well prepared to push for aggressive action on climate change, but there was a catch. The European Union had seen tremendous growth in green technologies, but there was still significant resistance from large corporations that didn't want to bear the financial burden of transitioning. Her speech was forceful, advocating for a carbon-neutral future, but it was tempered by the need to balance economic stability. Rika listened carefully to the speeches, understanding the delicate dance she had to perform. The world was divided. Some were ready to embrace the future, while others were still clinging to the past. But it was her turn now. As the delegates turned their attention to her, Rika stood up from her seat with quiet grace, her voice calm but resolute. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her words carrying the weight of an entire nation's transformation. "We stand at the precipice of a new era. Japan has lived through the rise and fall of empires, and now, we are embarking on a new path, one that will lead us not to further exploitation, but to a future of equity and sustainability." The room was silent, all eyes fixed on her. Rika continued. "Japan has long been a symbol of innovation, but also of excess. We built an empire founded on conquest, industrialization, and unchecked growth. We've paid the price for it, through environmental degradation, inequality, and the collapse of our once great economy. But today, Japan is taking responsibility. We are embarking on a journey to restore our environment, to build a future where the next generation can thrive, not in spite of the world we leave behind, but because of the world we work together to create." She paused for a moment, allowing her words to resonate. "We are committing to carbon neutrality. We are shifting from an economy of limitless growth to one of sustainability. We are building an economy that prioritizes people over profits and the planet over short-term gains. This is not just Japan's journey. This is a call to action for all of us. We must act now. The planet is already showing signs of irreversible damage, and if we do not act decisively, we risk condemning future generations." Rika's gaze swept across the room, locking eyes with the delegates from the United States, China, and the European Union. She could feel the pressure mounting. She knew the powers in the room would demand compromises, perhaps even threaten to isolate Japan economically if it didn't align with their interests. But she was undeterred. Japan is ready to lead this change, she continued, her voice growing stronger. We will invest in green technologies, renewable energy, and sustainable industries. We will work with our global partners to ensure that this transformation is equitable for all nations, developed and developing alike. But we will not back down from our commitment. We will not allow the legacy of the old empire to define our future. A murmur ran through the room. Some were nodding in agreement, while others looked skeptical. The atmosphere was charged with the weight of the decisions to come. Rika knew that this summit could either make or break Japan's future. The road ahead will be difficult, she acknowledged, her tone softening. We understand the challenges. We understand that the path to sustainability will require sacrifices. But these sacrifices are nothing compared to the price we will pay if we fail to act. The choice is ours. Do we continue down the path of destruction, or do we take the difficult but necessary steps to ensure a sustainable future for all? She looked toward the United States delegation, the European Union, and then China, knowing that her words would have far-reaching consequences. The question hung in the air: would the world rise to the challenge, or would old interests dictate the future? As she finished her speech, the room was still, as if time itself had paused to reflect on the enormity of what had been said. Rika's message was clear: Japan had made its choice, and it was time for the rest of the world to make theirs. With a final nod, Rika sat down. The room erupted into quiet conversations, and the negotiations began. It was clear that Japan's position had been firmly stated. The world would have to respond, not just as a global community, but as one that would either embrace the future or cling to the past. And as Rika Takahashi sat in that room, she felt the weight of an entire nation's rebirth on her shoulders. Japan's future was at stake, and this summit was the proving ground. The storm had arrived, and now the world would see if it was ready to weather it. The summit room was dark, except for the soft glow of overhead lights and the glow from the massive screens showcasing global projections of the climate crisis. Delegates had gathered from across the world, awaiting the next critical speeches. Prime Minister Rika Takahashi had just left the stage, and the atmosphere was electric. The world had been watching her for days: her resolve, her commitment, her unwavering stance for a sustainable future, and now, after presenting Japan's transformative vision, she had left the room with a sense of purpose that no one could deny. Rika moved quietly into her private suite at the United Nations headquarters, the hum of the city below almost deafening. It had been hours since her speech, and the eyes of the globe were now fixed on the proceedings, but Rika's mind was already turning to the next phase of the summit. Behind the confidence, the facade of strength, there was a silent battle raging within her, a deep concern for the fragile balance between the ambition of Japan's new direction and the pressure from the world's entrenched powers. Her advisor, Yuki Kobayashi, had accompanied her to the summit, and now, he sat across from her at a glass table. The weight of their task together felt like an iron anchor pressing down on them both. The response was better than expected, Yuki said, breaking the silence. His voice, usually calm and composed, held a trace of concern. The Western delegates were cautious, but they're open to negotiations. The US and EU are even considering joint initiatives. But the real challenge is China. Rika sighed, rubbing her temples. I know. They are the wild card. Their economic ambitions and their own climate goals are so intertwined that they don't just need to transition, they need to redefine their entire model. It's not just about emissions for them. It's about maintaining political control and economic growth. Yuki paused, reflecting on the complexities of global geopolitics. And the pressure from their corporations? Japan has gone through the same thing, but we've had the privilege of leadership in sustainability initiatives. It's different when you're just beginning to transition. Rika nodded, glancing out the window at the gleaming skyline of New York. The world outside looked so pristine, but it was an illusion. Beneath the glimmer, the planet was already grappling with the consequences of human choices. Climate change was no longer just a distant fear, it was a present, urgent crisis. China's power comes from control over resources, manufacturing, and its massive labor force, Rika said. But its infrastructure is built on consumption and exploitation. If they face the same economic collapse we once did, what happens next? The question hung in the air. Rika knew that the true challenge of leadership was not just offering solutions, but also guiding the world toward consensus amidst competing priorities. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door broke her thoughts. Yuki rose quickly to open it, revealing a young aide from the Japanese delegation. "Prime Minister," the aide said breathlessly, "there's been a sudden request for an emergency meeting with the Chinese delegation. They want to speak with you." Rika exchanged a glance with Yuki. "I'll be right there." The tension in the conference room was palpable as Rika walked into the private meeting area. Around the table sat several of China's top diplomats, each one with a carefully neutral expression. In the center was Li Jiang, China's lead negotiator, a man known for his pragmatism and his sharp diplomatic skills. He rose as she entered, offering a formal bow before gesturing for her to sit. "Prime Minister Takahashi," Li began, his tone polite but direct. "We appreciate your bold leadership in the climate discussions. Japan's commitment to carbon neutrality is commendable. But there are realities we must discuss. China is in a different position. We are growing at a rate the world cannot ignore, and our future depends on access to resources. Your vision for sustainability, while inspiring, threatens the stability of our economic model." Rika's pulse quickened, but she held her composure. "I understand your concerns, Mr. Zhang. But the future of every nation depends on our collective ability to transition to sustainable growth. If China continues with the same patterns, eventually it will face the same crises that the rest of the world is grappling with today. No one is immune from the effects of climate change." Li Zhang leaned forward, his voice lowering. "We are aware of the urgency. But China is a nation with 1 billion people. If we slow down our industrialization, if we cut emissions too drastically, we risk destabilizing not just China, but the entire global economy. Our growth is tied to the consumption of resources, and our political legitimacy is based on delivering economic prosperity to our people. To simply shut that down for the sake of a transition is a gamble we cannot afford." Rika's heart tightened. She had heard this argument before, the fear that sacrificing growth would lead to instability, both economically and politically. But she knew that the very notion of sustainable growth was a possibility. It was the future of every nation, if only they could find the courage to change. "You are right," she said, her voice calm. "Transitioning to sustainability requires a different kind of growth, one that doesn't undermine stability but enhances it. Japan's path has been difficult, but we've seen the results. We are already seeing the economic benefits of investing in green technology and renewables. China has the potential to become a world leader in these industries, not just a consumer of resources." Li Zhang met her gaze, his expression hard to read. "Japan has the luxury of a small population and limited natural resources. But China, our sheer size and need for rapid growth is different. We do not have the luxury to pivot as quickly." Rika took a deep breath, her mind racing for a solution. "I don't think anyone is asking China to pivot overnight. But we must make a start. We cannot afford to wait. The longer we delay, the more irreversible the damage becomes." Li Zhang was silent for a moment. Then he spoke with a surprising degree of sincerity. "What if we work together? Japan and China, in tandem. Perhaps we could focus on a joint initiative, a partnership to accelerate the development of sustainable infrastructure. We can ensure it is aligned with economic growth, rather than at odds with it." Rika blinked, momentarily taken aback. This was not what she had expected. The roadblocks in the talks had often seemed insurmountable, and yet here was an opportunity to build something new. China's willingness to collaborate was a breakthrough. "I'm open to that," she said slowly, weighing her words. "But only if it's built on a foundation of mutual respect for the environment and the future. It cannot be a compromise where sustainability is secondary to growth. It must be a balance, and that balance must be for the benefit of every person, not just corporations or elites." Li Zhang nodded, his expression serious. "Agreed. We can't afford to fail. Let's explore this partnership, and if we find common ground, we can bring it to the summit table. As the conversation ended, Rika walked out of the room with a sense of cautious optimism. It was clear that the road ahead would be difficult, but the dialogue had shifted. Perhaps, just perhaps, this could be the beginning of something transformative, a partnership between two of the world's largest powers that could truly lead the way in combating the climate crisis. For the first time in days, she allowed herself a moment to reflect. The future was still uncertain, but there was hope, real hope. The challenge was far from over, but the fight for Japan's future, and for the future of the planet, was just beginning. The night air in Tokyo was crisp, the city bathed in the soft glow of neon lights as the bustling streets hummed with the energy of millions of people moving in sync. Prime Minister Rika Takahashi sat alone in her office, a sleek, modern space overlooking the city skyline. The glow of the city lights reflected in her eyes, but her mind was far from the serene sight before her. Tonight, as the world waited with bated breath, her next steps would determine the future trajectory of both Japan and the planet. Hours ago, the negotiations with China had reached a critical juncture. While the potential for a partnership in green technology seemed promising, there was still uncertainty on how to bring both countries to a mutual understanding that would not only benefit their economies but also tackle the climate crisis head-on. The tension between economic progress and environmental sustainability had never been so stark. The news reports flashing across the television in her office were filled with updates from around the globe. Headlines reported on the growing crises, devastating wildfires in the Americas, record heatwaves in Europe, and floods wreaking havoc in Southeast Asia. The world was grappling with climate change in ways never before seen, and the pressure on leaders to act had never been more intense. In Japan, the impact was also being felt, with rising sea levels threatening the coastal regions and increasingly severe storms battering the islands. Rika leaned forward, fingers lightly touching the cool surface of her desk, as if searching for an answer in the smooth wood. She was no stranger to the weight of leadership. For years, she had navigated the murky waters of diplomacy, industry, and politics, but the task now at hand was one that would either propel her country into a new era of global influence, or see it falter under the burden of inaction. The challenge was immense. She had once believed that Japan's unique position as a technological powerhouse could lead the way in creating sustainable solutions. Now, faced with both internal and external challenges, Rika questioned how much further Japan could push without a fundamental shift in global cooperation. The door to her office opened, and Yuki Kobayashi, her most trusted advisor, stepped inside. His usual calm demeanor was interrupted by the urgency in his eyes. Rika gestured for him to sit, her mind still racing through 1,000 scenarios. "Prime Minister," Yuki began, taking a deep breath before speaking again. "I've just received updates from the United Nations and the White House. The pressure is mounting. The summit is approaching its final days, and if we're going to make an impact, we need to address the concerns of the other nations. I don't need to remind you that the roadblocks with China are only the tip of the iceberg." Rika nodded, her gaze focused on the horizon. The political tides had shifted since the summit had begun, and the conversation had evolved from mere diplomatic posturing to a critical need for real action. Leaders across the globe were beginning to understand that climate change was not an isolated issue. It was interconnected with every aspect of global stability, political, economic, and social. Japan had positioned itself as a potential leader, yet the complexities of navigating the demands of developed nations and the emerging markets of the East could not be overstated. "I've been thinking about that, Yuki," Rika said, her voice thoughtful. "What if we shifted the conversation, not just to sustainability but to a new vision for global growth? We've been approaching this from an environmental standpoint, but perhaps it's time we reframed the entire dialogue. Sustainability isn't a choice, it's a new economic model, one that all nations can tap into." Yuki listened intently, as if considering her words carefully before responding. "You mean, instead of just focusing on the environmental aspect, we present sustainability as the cornerstone of a new economic future? A future that every nation can see themselves benefiting from?" Exactly, Rika replied, her eyes lighting up with newfound determination. Instead of just green technology, we emphasize the innovation economy, a future where every nation invests in clean, renewable resources, where industries thrive by building solutions, not by extracting from the earth. Japan's technological expertise, combined with China's manufacturing capabilities, could be the model that leads the world out of crisis. This partnership could usher in a new economic era, not based on depletion, but on regeneration. Yuki, ever the pragmatist, nodded but raised a brow. It's bold. It would require an overhaul of not just international policy but also national industries and infrastructure. The whole world would need to rethink its priorities. Rika stood up and walked to the large glass windows that overlooked the bustling city below. The view of Tokyo's lights felt almost surreal to her now, as though the city and its people had become a part of her very soul. She could see the future they could build, not just for Japan, but for the entire world. She could almost hear the hum of the new systems they would build, systems that were resilient, self-sustaining, and capable of harnessing both human ingenuity and the planet's resources without damaging them. I know, she said softly, her mind racing ahead to the possibilities. But we've already made some of the hardest decisions. We've committed to net zero emissions, redefined the agricultural sector, and invested heavily in renewable energy. We need to show the world that it's not just possible, it's profitable. Yuki nodded thoughtfully, understanding her determination. And what of the rest of the world? If we push for this, there's bound to be resistance, particularly from those who stand to lose the most from a shift in economic paradigms. Rika took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. We don't push them away. We bring them with us. We make it clear that the only way forward is together. This isn't just Japan's fight, it's the world's fight. And I won't let us back down from it. As the hours passed, the clock ticking down to the final day of the summit, the pressure continued to build. On the world stage, it was becoming clearer that Japan's leadership could determine the success or failure of global climate agreements. The combined weight of her country's role in this moment, and the world's expectation for action, was almost unbearable. In her final speech, Rika would have to convince not just the leaders in the room, but the millions who were watching from every corner of the globe. The future of the planet hung in the balance. This was her moment, not just as a politician, but as a global leader. The path forward would require difficult compromises, but above all, it would demand courage. The courage to face the storm head-on, to redefine what it meant to be a global power, and to lead the world into a new era of cooperation and innovation. Outside, the city lights shimmered in the distance, reflecting a future still uncertain, but one that could be shaped by the choices made in this pivotal moment. The storm was coming, but so was the dawn. The morning of the final day at the climate summit dawned bright and clear, casting a golden light over the United Nations headquarters in New York. For the world, this was the day that would define the course of history. The decisions made here, the actions and words of leaders, would ripple out to touch every corner of the planet. The stakes were higher than they had ever been. For Prime Minister Rika Takahashi, this moment was not just about a political victory. It was a chance to rewrite the future of Japan, the global economy, and the planet itself. As she stood at the podium, Rika felt the weight of the world pressing against her shoulders. The large conference hall was filled with leaders from every continent, each one waiting for her to speak. The lights of the room glinted off their faces, some hopeful, others skeptical, and some deeply entrenched in their own national interests. She had been to many summits in her career, but none felt like this. Today, Japan was not just a participant, Japan had the potential to lead. Her speech had been meticulously crafted, hours spent debating every word with her advisors, fine-tuning her arguments. Today, she would address the global climate crisis and show the world that there was another way. A way that was not about choosing between economic progress and environmental sustainability, but about finding a path where both could coexist. Innovation, not just technology, but a new global economic framework that could usher in a sustainable future for all. With one final glance at her notes, Rika exhaled deeply. This was her moment. The world was watching. She stepped forward, the microphone in front of her picking up the hushed silence in the room. Esteemed colleagues, leaders of the world, and citizens of every nation, I stand before you today as the Prime Minister of Japan, but also as a citizen of this planet. She began. Her voice was steady but filled with conviction, the kind that could inspire a generation to rise up and change the course of history. What we face today is not just a challenge for our governments, our industries, or our nations, it is a challenge for humanity itself. The world is burning. Our oceans are rising. The ice caps are melting, and the lands we once cultivated with ease are now succumbing to drought and desertification. We cannot deny this reality any longer. She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle in the air, knowing that the images of devastated communities, scorched forests, and submerged cities were fresh in the minds of every leader in the room. This summit is the culmination of decades of work, research, and efforts. But it is not enough to merely talk. We must act. And our action must be nothing short of revolutionary. Her gaze swept across the room, locking eyes with several world leaders. She could see the skepticism in some faces, the uncertainty, but she also saw a glimmer of hope in others. Hope that, perhaps, this was the moment when true change could begin. We have come to a crossroads, Rika continued, her voice unwavering. We stand at the edge of a precipice. But I do not believe we must fall. I believe we can rise together. Japan has made bold commitments: net zero emissions, green energy innovation, and the reshaping of our industrial sectors. But these commitments are not just for Japan, they are a blueprint for the world. A blueprint that can be shared, adopted, and scaled to fit the needs of every nation, every economy. She took another deep breath, knowing that the next few words would be the most important. I propose a new vision for the world's economy, a vision rooted in sustainability, regeneration, and innovation. We must move beyond the old models of growth that have ravaged our planet. We must reimagine how we create, how we produce, how we live. This isn't just a transition, it is a transformation. A global economic model that doesn't deplete our resources but regenerates them, that doesn't exploit people but empowers them. A model that combines green technologies with equitable growth, providing new jobs and opportunities for every nation. The room was silent as Rika paused, feeling the full weight of the moment. She knew her words were radical, that they would be met with resistance, but they were necessary. I know the road ahead will not be easy. There will be challenges, political, economic, and social. But we cannot afford to shy away from the hard work that lies ahead. We cannot allow the fear of change to dictate our futures, Rika said, her voice growing stronger. Japan will lead the way, not by imposing our will on others, but by showing the world that it is possible to have both economic prosperity and a thriving planet. But we cannot do it alone. This is a call to action for every nation, every leader, and every citizen. We must act together. Rika's words reverberated in the room, each one echoing through the minds of the global leaders seated before her. The ideas she was presenting were not just bold, they were transformational. To some, they would seem impossible, but to others, they would be a lifeline. A path forward in an age of uncertainty. And then came the crucial moment. I ask you today to put aside your differences, to think beyond borders, and to join Japan in this vision. Let us build a future where growth does not come at the expense of the planet, where development means regeneration, and where no nation is left behind. As she concluded, the room remained silent for a few long moments. Then, as though in unison, delegates from various countries began to clap. At first, it was cautious, reserved. But soon, the applause grew louder, more genuine. Even those who had once been opposed to Japan's radical proposals seemed to recognize the gravity of what had just been said. The world was witnessing something monumental, a new direction, a new approach, a new vision for the future. Rika stepped away from the podium, her heart pounding in her chest. There was still much work to be done. But the first step had been taken. The world had heard Japan's call for transformation, and it was up to the global community to decide whether they would follow. As she returned to her seat, Yuki walked up to her, his face filled with a mixture of admiration and pride. "You did it, Prime Minister," he said softly. Rika nodded, still processing the gravity of the moment. "We did it, Yuki. We've taken the first step. Now we must hold them to it." The rest of the summit would unfold in the coming hours, but for now, Rika knew that the course of history had been changed forever. The world had a new path to follow. The future, though uncertain, was within their grasp. And Japan had led the way. The grand halls of the United Nations echoed with the weight of history. The decisions made in the last 24 hours would ripple through the future, shaping the course of civilization for generations to come. It was a tense atmosphere, one that carried the tangible feeling of change just within reach. Leaders and delegates from across the world, from every continent, had gathered in a final, urgent session to sign a new global agreement, one that, if successful, would address the escalating climate crisis and set the world on a path of economic regeneration. But the journey to this moment had been long and fraught with challenges. For Prime Minister Rika Takahashi, the fight was far from over. The speeches had ended. The proposals had been heard. Now, the most crucial moment had arrived, the signing of the Global Sustainability Accord. As Rika stood at the edge of the grand stage, her gaze sweeping across the room, she couldn't help but reflect on the weight of this moment. Japan had always prided itself on its technological prowess, its ability to innovate and adapt. But today, Japan stood as more than just a leader in technology. It stood as a beacon of possibility, a symbol that change was not only necessary but within reach. The room was filled with an energy that matched the intensity of the past few days. Some delegates looked uneasy, their brows furrowed in skepticism, while others seemed eager, almost relieved. The negotiations had been grueling. The promises were bold. There was a shared understanding that this moment would either define a new world order or result in the collapse of the last hopes for climate action. Rika stepped forward, her hand resting lightly on the podium in front of her, the echoes of her speech from earlier still ringing in her mind. The vision she had shared, of an interconnected world, one that moved beyond competition and embraced cooperation for a better future, was not something that could be achieved with words alone. It would take years, decades, to build the systems, the policies, and the global network required to make this vision a reality. But as the final vote approached, she could feel the momentum building. She could feel the winds of change beginning to stir. Around her, leaders shuffled in their seats, exchanging glances, waiting for the final push. Yuki Kobayashi, her trusted advisor, stood just a few paces away. His presence was comforting, a reminder that Rika did not face this task alone. She had assembled a team, one that believed, as she did, that the future of humanity depended on cooperation, not division. But still, the decisions ahead were monumental. Her resolve was strong, but doubt lingered like a shadow in the back of her mind. Then, the room fell silent as United Nations Secretary-General Valeria Gomez stepped to the front. Her face, calm and composed, held the weight of 1,000 decisions. She raised her hand, signaling for quiet, and the murmurs ceased immediately. "It is now time for us to make our decision," Gomez said, her voice resonating with authority. "For too long, we have delayed action. For too long, we have allowed our divisions to stand in the way of progress. But today we take a step toward a future where our children can inherit a planet that is not broken, but healed. This agreement represents a new beginning. But it is only a beginning. It is up to all of us, together, to ensure that the promises made here today are kept, not just by governments, but by industries, by communities, by every individual." Her words hung in the air as Rika's heart quickened. The weight of the moment pressed in on her. This was more than just the signing of a treaty. This was a pledge to future generations, to the Earth itself, and to the global community that had, for too long, turned a blind eye to the reality of climate change. The room was filled with anticipation. The air was thick with expectation. Gomez nodded at the long table where leaders from around the world sat, each one a key figure in the future of this new global effort. With a wave of her hand, the first leader stepped forward, President Natalia Reyes of Brazil. Her country had faced devastating floods and wildfires in recent years, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. I stand here today, not as a politician, but as a mother. My children's future is in this room. And so I pledge, on behalf of my nation, to honor this accord and work toward a better tomorrow. The room erupted in applause, and Reyes returned to her seat, her face lit with a mix of relief and pride. Rika took a deep breath, knowing that Brazil's endorsement was pivotal. One by one, leaders from countries all over the world followed suit. Chancellor Marcus Engel of Germany, Prime Minister Sofia Ivanova of Russia, and President David O'Malley of the United States all signed, each with a different sense of urgency, but all sharing the same hope that this would be the turning point. Finally, the moment came. Rika Takahashi stepped forward. Her name, her country, her vision. This was the moment where everything she had worked for, the years of effort, the sacrifices, and the sleepless nights, would be tested. Her hand hovered over the document. The ink from the previous signatures had barely dried, yet the weight of what they meant was already settling in the room. She could feel the eyes of the world upon her. With steady hands, Rika signed. Her signature, though small in comparison to the weight it carried, marked the beginning of an era. The room exploded into applause. Standing there, amid the clapping, Rika felt her heart swell with emotion. This was not the end. It was only the beginning. Her thoughts drifted to her country, the people who had supported her vision, who had worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make Japan a leader in sustainability. The collective effort of her government, her advisors, the citizens who had believed in this future, this was a victory for them all. As she stepped away from the podium, she met Yuki's eyes across the room. His face was filled with pride, but also with the understanding that this was not a simple victory. It was a responsibility. The world had entrusted Japan with the leadership to guide them forward, and it was a responsibility that weighed heavily on her shoulders. Rika turned her gaze to the windows, where the skyline of New York stretched out before her. The world was changing, and though the challenges were immense, so too was the potential for transformation. The battle for a sustainable future had only just begun. But for the first time in years, she allowed herself a fleeting moment of hope. Today, they had taken the first step. And the winds of change were now sweeping across the globe.